So good morning, welcome to the fourth day of the September board meeting. Thank you for being on time so that we can keep on working disciplinedly as we have done over the last days. It's been very, very good managed by this board. This morning, the topic that we will go through is the experts standard. Laurie, Joanna, and Cam will drive you through the proposals and a full review of the standard. There were some comments made on the first discussion that I think helped the Laurie and the task force and the team making some good adjustments. So now it's the time for the board to see the not final, but the proposal as it stands, and to go through the whole standard to see if there are still any comments and any suggestions. Thank you very much for the very good work done. I don't need to say how important this project is to complement the sustainability project, but not only to provide something which is important, which is relevant and usable in other areas where auditors need to make use of the work of experts. So I will call for your attention and ask you to be attentive to what's going to be presented. So this is our opportunity to make any adjustments, of course, on which the board, the task force will work afterwards. Laurie, please.
Great, and thanks. We're looking forward to a really good discussion today with all of you. Just a reminder, the task force includes Luigi, Andy, Sadia, myself, Joanna, and Cam, with Ken riding shotgun with us in many of our meetings, keeping us honest. So today I should mention the slide. Cam asked me to mention that the slides you're going to see today are loaded on the website because they're too big for her to load here. So if you want to follow along, please jump into the website and pull those up on your PC. So today we're going to look at some of the proposed responses to the exposure draft comments, and we're going to go through a detailed page turn revision to make sure we're able to pick up any comments you have. And as always, we really welcome your comments. I echo what Gabriella said. The comments we received earlier in the week when we were talking about the bridge language were extremely helpful to us continuing to move this standard to the right place. So I know you won't be shy, but we do appreciate those. We'll be looking at the ones we received in advance. We'll try to touch on those today as well, because some of you did send those in advance, as well as anything that you have to raise today. So with that, we're going to jump into the slides. You want me to do this, Cam? Yeah, at least for my stuff. I'll hand it back. So just to recap, obviously we've been through a lot of outreach, as have people working on the other standards that we're talking about this week. We've done some, and I'm not going to go through all these, but February, March, right through the end of August, we've done some webinars. We've had some discussions with groups. We did quite a bit of investor outreach, which is important because we had only 2 written responses to the exposure draft from investors. So we reached out to 14 organizations, and from those organizations talked to 21 people. Those were all recorded calls. We have those comments. We're treating those as exposure draft comments, which we discussed with each of them on the phone that, if we'd like to get a written document, but in fact, that didn't happen with most of them. June, July, August task force meetings and calls throughout those months, as you can imagine. So let's look at where the responses came in by category. Again, we had 64 total responses in writing, plus the other 14 organizations that we talked to orally outside the written parameter. Obviously, a lot from accounting firms, professional organizations, and then a combination of regulator, public sector, and other types of standard setters spread around, and other types of accountancy organizations. Then if you look at spread by region, and I think this looks like what a lot of our exposure draft spreads look like for what comes in. don't know if anybody has any comments about that. So just to recap, and I'm just going to do this very briefly because I know at this point all of you have looked at the standard, but it's split into a couple of major categories. First, defining an expertise, which, as you all know from all of our meetings, we've gone back and forth and around and around. I think we're very close to landing that, and we've made some revisions to that based on the exposure draft. So hopefully that'll put a pin in that, and we'll be done, and we can move on. Then the process, which is very important, of evaluating whether to use the work of an expert and what those criteria look like. And then the heightened criteria added for experts being used in audit or assurance engagements because of the heightened risk and expectations in the public interest in that space. And then potential other threats when using the work of an expert. The intent is obviously a robust and balanced approach while preserving the protection of the public interest, but also being sensible in the approach. So hopefully we're getting closer to that. I would say in the exposure drafts, on balance, clear support, significant areas of comment that came through for us. Coordination with the IESB. Now, we've talked about that earlier this week. We'll touch on that briefly today, but we think we've landed all that very comfortably with them. And we had some great discussions with that team over the course of the summer to get that done. Definitions, the CCO approach, the concept of prohibition on using the work of the expert if they're not deemed CCO capable, competent, and objective, and comments on additional objectivity requirements. Some very good comments received on refining text, areas where we could clarify, and thoughts around developing non-authoritative material, which I do think for all of us putting these standards out, which have moved quickly. We've talked about that in the sustainability space, but clearly in the expert space as well. We're going to have to do work to help people understand this, especially given that a lot of this material is going to impact non-PA population out there, and we need to do more for them. So we'll be looking at that. I'm gonna hand over to Joanna now, who's gonna, here, you can have these slides. Let me catch you up. Who's gonna
Thank
take us
you.
into the all-important area of definitions.
Good morning. Definitions, and just for the record, the first question: do respondents support the proposed new and revised definitions? Was the exposure draft question 1. So the ED proposed new definitions of expert and expertise. It also proposed a revised definition of external expert to reflect the PAIB and SAP perspectives. Task force noted a general support, but still many respondents provided additional comments to supplement their support. The significant comments were around, firstly, the importance of the element of experience to be included in the definition of expertise, and the inconsistency created with the IESBA definition of expertise. Secondly, whether the definition of expert extends to the use of subcontractors in a non-assurance service. And thirdly, whether the use of the term competence in the definition of expert equates to expertise. And finally, a need for clarification in relation to the flowchart contained in Appendix 1 to the explanatory memorandum, which helped to guide the identification of the different types of experts used in an audit engagement. So the first significant comment was about the importance of including experience in the definition of expertise and the inconsistency created with IESBA definition of expertise. The ED proposed a definition of expertise as knowledge and skills in a particular field. These differed from the ISA 620 definition of expertise as skills, knowledge, and experience in a particular field. So the ED initial proposal intentionally differed from the definition of expertise in ISA 620, which, as we said, includes the element of experience. This difference arose from a review of many reputable dictionaries and definitions. Also, a review of how terms expertise and experience are generally used in extant code. However, many respondents expressed a strong view that the element of experience should be included in the IESBA's definition of expertise to ensure consistency with IWSB's definition, as we discussed it on Monday, as you remember. It was also noted that experience is a valuable and essential quality to complement knowledge and skills. And in particular, since emerging fields might not have yet defined knowledge and skills, and therefore should be explicitly incorporated into the definition of expertise. Including expertise in the definition also mitigates any risk of an individual with limited experience, as for example, having just a trained certificate or educational qualification, being regarded as an expert. Thus, the task force accepted to amend the definition of expertise and not to differ from the IWSB one. Accordingly, the task force has revised the definition to include the element of experience. We will now quickly move to see to review the proposed consequential amendments in the code. Because as a result of what we just said, the revised definition of expertise includes now the element of experience, and accordingly, the task force considered whether the consequential amendments might be necessary to the extant code when expertise is used in conjunctions with skills, knowledge, and/or experience. As you probably saw in the documents that were circulated, agenda item 3F sets out the consequential amendments to the extant code that reflects the revised definition. So firstly, in the box up on the left, there are some cases when the withdrawal of experience, of the term experience, when it's used with expertise, and it's specifically with the paragraph they are listed in the first box on the left. Secondly, there are some paragraphs when we propose to withdraw skills when used with expertise. And also in some other paragraphs, they are presented in the document 3F, there is no change proposed as the use of the term knowledge is broader than in a particular field. So when we go through the text, you can see. So this is the first situation when we decided to when we proposed to withdraw the experience. Because the reference to the term experience here is, we propose to delete it because the revised proposed definition of expertise being skills, knowledge, and experience, it would create just a double employment of the same term. So this is the case of paragraph 125.5 and 230.3 to 80 and 380. Then in the second group of deleted term of skills, The withdrawal is proposed when the proposed changes to the definition of expertise as skills, knowledge, and experience in a particular field. It would again create a duplication with the term skills. So in those two paragraphs, 600.2 and 950.2, we propose to delete the term skills. So if you would like to go further through the proposed consequential amendments, it's more detailed in the item 3F that we have communicated on the website.
Thank you, Joanna. Thank you. And as Joanna just mentioned, so there were a few significant areas arising from the definitions. So one that Joanna just went through. The other one, the second one is comments about whether or not the definition of an expert could be inadvertently extended to circumstances where a firm engages a subcontractor for either reasons of internal resourcing constraints or the need for specific expertise. So because in such instances, conceptually, a subcontractor might in substance be an expert, they have expertise outside the PA's competence. The question was raised, okay, so would these subcontractors then be subject to the provisions of the experts provisions in 390, 5390, etc. So the task force considered these comments and what the view is that under both situations outlined on the slide, so A and B, whether or not the subcontractors engage because due to a lack of internal resourcing or because due to a lack of internal specific expertise needed, because when you engage the subcontractor, and the firm engages the subcontractor, they are typically under the direction, supervision, and review of the PA, and so therefore, essentially, in substance, part of the team that's doing the work. So in essence, no, the subcontractor should not be covered by the provisions. So we've clarified this in the text, in the draft text, you'll see on the slide here. In 390.4A4, we have received some advanced comments with respect to this, which the task force will be considering later tonight at its meeting. In essence, for example, suggestions to move the ordering of the bullets and also to consider providing a little bit more rationale or explanation on the level of direction, supervision, and review. But the task force will discuss this later tonight. But so this is the clarification that was added within the draft text. Pause here, and then with sorry. And then the flow chart.
It has been discussed a lot, this one too, yeah.
And our ever-evolving flow chart.
Yeah. So this flow chart was developed with respect to a non-assurance service. So essentially, when an external expert is used, let's put it this way, when an expert is used in a non-assurance service, would it be an external expert as we define in the code and then subject to the provisions, the 390 of 5390, or would it be, for example, a subcontractor within the firm's team and subject to what the PA has to be subjected to in the code? For example, using the work of others, using the work of a subcontractor, etc. So you'll see here, we start with, are you using the work of an individual with expertise outside your competence? That's our basic definition of an expert. If yes, then we move to, is the individual employed by the firm? And we mean that in substance, not form. As you see, we're trying to move away from all the different types of forms of engagement you can have. In substance, are you employed by the firm? If yes, they're subject to the provisions of the code. If no, the key question here, does the PA have direction, supervision, and review over that individual's work? Yes, then that PA is, you know, we've essentially hired someone and part of your team that happens to be external, outside, that has expertise, and you need to follow the provisions of the code when you use the work of others. If you do not have direction, supervision, and review over that individual's work, no, that's an external expert that you've engaged. And that external expert, and the PA is subject to the provisions of section 390 when they engage that external expert in an AS. This is flowchart, is specific to an AS, and I'll put, for following purposes, I'll label that for clarity. I see many. Oh, no. Okay.
Uh-oh.
Okay, thank you very much, Laurie, Joanna, and Cam. I think that this flow chart is very helpful, but I don't know if it's that helpful because it raises. I'm joking, Clara. It is very helpful, and it was very helpful
At the
at a
start.
certain moment where we were all a little bit lost. And one day you showed the flow charts and there was light over your proposal. So thank you very much. David.
Thank you. No, the flowchart actually is quite clear, so I don't have a problem with it at all.
Okay.
My only very small suggestion is instead of starting with a question, start with a statement. You are using, because you don't have a no, it's not going anywhere.
Okay,
So start with a you are and then continue with your questions would be my
Oh,
suggestion.
yeah.
okay. Perfect.
Thank you.
Thank you. Chris.
And my observation was that for the answer to question 2, subject to the provision of the code, at least in nature, regarding team members or whatever, what you meant here. Not the numbers, because I think it's widespread. There are a lot of provisions, but just the theme.
The theme. Which give a little context with words.
Okay.
Helpful.
Yeah, Rich, please.
Yes, I also find the flowchart helpful, but I have a couple of sub questions on it. First of all, what if you're not engaging or using an individual? What if you've engaged a firm or an organization? Is that the same as individual in the first question? Second would be, since you made that addition that we saw on the slide a moment ago about subcontractors, if I understand that correctly now, I'm a little confused because you could be, when you say in 2 employed, and as I understood it, that didn't mean you were a legal employee. It meant you're using them somehow, right? They could be contracted to you.
Yeah.
And so is that really the issue, or is it just you can skip right to 3 and just say, no matter how you have this individual engaged or firm engaged, do you have direct supervision and review? If yes, you go to the code. If no, you're in 390. So I'll pause there. Thank you.
Thanks, Rich. With respect to your first question, I would say that yes, this flowchart does apply to if a firm or organization is engaged. However, when you do engage the firm or organization, there is an individual, that expert, that is actually performing that work, and we're speaking about that. So we still follow that flowchart even when the firm or organization. And with respect to your second question, that's an interesting point, and we can further discuss it and consider it. It seems to be okay to me as a quick reaction. Thank you. I don't know if any.
Yeah, just with respect to your first response to Rich's first question, does it mean that at the end it's always about an individual?
Well, I mean, we could throw an asterisk on this where it says individual. Are you using the work of individual somewhere down below, regardless of whether they're employed by an external firm or not, right?
Yeah, we could clarify that this.
So,
yeah.
so there's always a person doing the work. They may
That's right.
work, they may be an expert who's on their own, or they may be an expert who's part of an organization that hires them out. So it's both.
Perhaps that's something to explain in basis for conclusion.
Yeah, maybe that's right.
Okay, thank you, Laurie. Janine, please.
Yes. Thank you so much also for flowcharts. I love flowcharts, as you already have noticed. I have two questions. in your introductory words, you said subcontractor, always direction, supervision and reviews. Is that actually always the case, when there are sort of legal, yeah, how to say, the contractual arrangements could maybe, I'm not sure, differ, that some people think, oh, this is subcontracting, others would not consider it like that for this purpose. I'm not sure. It's a little bit because of the legal arrangements around it. And my other question is on 2, is the individual employed by the firm? What about the network in a firm, like consultants, is in another network firm from the firm, I suppose, in the way it's defined. How does that work? Because that is actually what often happens within the own network.
Yeah, I think with regard to the second question, Janine, we're using the term firm broadly. So
Oh,
if they're an
broadly, yeah.
individual employed by the firm, regardless if it's another location in the firm, they're covered.
Another
by
legal
this. Yeah,
entity in the
another
firm.
legal entity.
Yeah,
We're not
network.
really worrying about that
Okay.
legal entity. But again, maybe that's something we can, and to Rich's point, make clear in basis of conclusion. So because these are like nuances that, as
Yeah.
you note, other people could be picking up. Sorry, the first question, Kim, do you want to?
So what if the legal arrangements differ? I think we're speaking about this substance of whether or not you have direction, supervision, and review in actuality. So despite whatever legal arrangement you have, in substance, do you have that direction, supervision, and review? No, you're an external expert. Yes, then you're part of that team.
Yeah.
So that's where really what we wanted to do with that. That question too.
Yeah. Yeah, and that then for me also sort of triggers the question, do you really need this?
Which is
the
what,
step?
yeah,
Yeah,
that's
that's,
what-
but
yeah.
okay, that's for you to
Yeah.
to think
Yeah.
about.
Good, yeah, no, fair point, yeah.
I think we put that second question because it was a question about internal experts. And at the beginning of the work,
You
internal
remember.
experts were addressed. So we wanted to make sure they were out of the game. And so there is some interest, but maybe is an individual employed by the firm under a contract, let's say a 2-year contract or whatever, instead of being a full-time employee, classical, etc. Does it count? No, I think this is the regardless. But
Yeah.
then using the work of others, that's another provision of the code, if I'm okay. So I think there is some meaning in having those and in keeping it, maybe just to put a little meat on that to make sure it addresses different.
Yeah.
So the third question is using the work of others. I'm sure that the second one is addressing to something else about team members, etc.
May I raise a follow-up question then? You have made the definitions consistent with the IESB on expert. In the current ISA 620, that doesn't apply for individuals who have expertise in accounting and auditing. How is that? Is this also meant to address that, or is the IEESB gonna change that concept? Do you know what I mean?
So,
Because for the IEESB purposes, if I'm not mistaken, when you have an expertise in accounting and auditing, you always you never fall under the 620. That is defined in that way. So I'm also trying to
so
to connect the dots. Yeah.
And also for the definition of the external expert. And when we do the page turn later, we'll see the full 3 paragraphs. But what we've aligned with ISA 620 in the sense that when an external expert is used in an audit and other assurance, So there's no, for an audit at least, there's no accounting and auditing expertise because that will be part of the engagement team,
Yeah,
audit team,
yeah,
et cetera.
yeah.
And then when they're used for purposes of an assurance, so it'll be aligned with ISO 5000 or IC 3000. So no expertise in assurance. So we'll see that in that page turn, how it's further split up. So we have that first overarching definition of external expert so that it can also be applicable for NAS and PAIBs. But then for when they're used for audits and then assurance, we have those categories.
So I
So
think
is the first
just
question
we're gonna be
addressing this?
consistent
Yes.
with IWS,
Yeah.
to your question.
In
Yes.
short.
Yeah. So is that then also included in the first question, outside your competence? Or is it something you could flag there maybe, where it's visible that you align also with
Yeah,
the current,
so this, so
in the
just,
case of a PA, yeah?
this is for NAS, I just, this,
Oh, yeah,
this
yeah.
one's specific to NAS.
Yeah,
But
okay.
then you will have a flow chart for audit and assurance in 2 slides.
Okay,
And then you'll
okay,
see
okay.
that.
Oh, okay.
yeah.
I'm
Yeah.
too quick with my question.
Okay.
No, it's helpful.
Okay.
We could
Ma-
not have answered that 6 months ago, so.
Yeah.
You know, the many iterations, we all wrestled through that, so it's helpful.
Mark?
Sorry, just to go back onto that point about the expert being a PA or someone with accounting expertise. It's not right to say that it falls outside because although 620 is used, although 620 covers the use of an auditor's expert, if you bring in an expert who is a PA or an accounting or audit expert, they're caught by 220. So it's not that it's carved out. So we do still need to have appropriate cover for that. And otherwise there would be a misalignment from an IASB perspective because it is caught, it's just caught in 2 separate standards.
Okay, so Mark, rather than try to answer that on the fly, we'll look at that tonight as a team and make sure that if we have to tweak any language to make the connection, that we do that. No, that's helpful. Thank you. All right. Rich,
Yes, real quick, a follow-up to Janine's question about network. I understood your response that you meant it to be encompassing, but I think when we put it in words in the standard, because the word phrase firm or network firm is used extensively and extant, I think you need to deal with it that way, not just in the basis for conclusion. Thanks.
okay, that's helpful. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay,
Okay. But, these, okay. So the third area that was raised was respect to essentially the definition of an expert, which was benchmarked around the PA's competence. So whether the individual, so as you recall, the first question here, are you using the work of an individual with expertise outside your competence? That's essentially trying to ring fence, are you using an expert? So then some commentators also asked, why are you using competence and expertise within the same definition? Does competence equate to expertise, etc.? And so at the task force, what we're trying to do with this definition essentially is that competence, when we use that, that's linked back to the fundamental principles of professional competence and due care. So more broadly, the PA's obligation to comply with this fundamental principle. And as you'll see on the slide, that's a general expectation to attain and maintain professional knowledge and skills at the level required so that the receiving party gets your competent professional service. Recognizing, however, that you may have that broad competence, however, you might have some niche expertise areas where you do need that expert, and therefore you seek the help of somebody with those niche skills. But we mean competence in the broader sense. Having said that, we recognize that it can be confusing. So we've clarified this in the revised text. We've added what we mean by competence. Competence relates to the nature and level of expertise of the external expert. We've also added guidance on essentially what is capabilities and also objectivity. I would also note that this is consistent with guidance included in the ISA 620 as well, so it's aligned in that sense. So hopefully this helps to the task force believes this will help to respond to these comments on competence and expertise. In terms of the some more flowcharts, in terms of the fourth point, we included a flowchart in the explanatory memorandum of the ED. This flowchart was specific to audit and other assurance. So when you use an expert in an audit and sorry, I should say when you use an expert in an audit, whether or not that expert is an engagement team member, an audit team member, or an external expert. The reason why we did that is as clarified in the ETGA revisions, as we see in 400.11 extant code, experts, internal experts, external experts, as long as they're performing audit procedures, essentially they're engagement team members. If you're providing consultation in accordance with ISA 220, you'd be an audit team member. And then, and Janine there, you'll see that if you're performing work with expertise outside that accounting and auditing work to assist in sufficient appropriate evidence, then you'll fall into external expert bucket. There were some comments with respect to how the flowchart was laid out, and essentially that potentially it could indicate that internal experts cannot be engagement team members. I won't go into the details, but the revised flowchart is here. And hopefully we feel that this makes it abundantly clear where all the experts fall into in the different categories. So this is the end of our 4 key issues for the topic of definitions. I'll pause here and otherwise move on to CCO.
So on the flow chart, on the clarification to the flow chart, actually. So this is more from the user's perspective. Wherever we are referring to the auditing standards, right? For example, ISA 220 you are referring here. So can we also explain for the benefit of non-PA what it means? Very minor point, just a sort of a self-contained detail. Otherwise, non-PA may be at a loss to figure out those technicalities.
Thank you.
Javid, please.
Maybe my suggestion will help to Amarjeet's point.
Yeah.
So beyond just the question and reformulating as a statement for the no, same as before, I would suggest that you think about saying that one is for audit assurance related and the other one is non. Because then it makes it very clear if you're an expert, if I'm doing audit, I know quickly I need to go here quickly, I can ignore the other one and vice versa. That might be the way to simplify that. Just a thought.
Yeah. Thank you. Okay. Okay, so so the second key matter that was raised was with respect to the overall CCO approach, and just as a friendly reminder, CCO we mean competence, capabilities, and objectivity, not chief compliance officer, as we got in some outreach. So, the ED introduced essentially a requirement for the PA to evaluate whether the external expert has the necessary CCO for its purpose. In general, the respondents were generally supportive. There were suggestions really to have this continuous or regular assessment of the external experts CCO, recognizing, especially for emerging fields, there's dynamic changes. I mean, there's going to be changes, developments in standards and facts and circumstances. So you might need new experts, or the expert might no longer have that expertise you need, etc. There was also a suggestion to clarify the CCO approach for non-assurance services. Specifically, what is the time frame for the objectivity when you're using an external expert for a NAS? And then there were some that disagreed with the approach, essentially, and I think we touched a little bit on this on the Monday, and Lori also mentioned it in her introduction. But there's duplication of this approach with the IESB standards, and There was a view that also the CCO evaluation should be completed prior to the external expert starting its work, and also a view that the CCO approach does not allow for the consideration of safeguards in relation to the assessment of the external expert's objectivity. So we'll go through these ones in order. So with respect to the continuous and regular CCO assessment, acknowledging this point, the task force has added a new requirement, R390.14, essentially to require the PA to reevaluate the CCO when new facts and circumstances or information arise. This, I would emphasize that this is already part of this concept of reevaluation when new facts and circumstances arise is already part of the conceptual framework, but we did want to emphasize this within the provisions, given the comments received and the situations that experts would be used in. To facilitate this regular and continuous CCO assessment, because as you'll recall, for an audit and other assurance, a lot of the objectivity assessment is at least as a starting point based on the information that the external expert will provide to the auditor. When agreeing the terms of engagement with the external expert, the task force, we've added an additional point to require also a commitment from the external expert to communicate any changes about the information provided in relation to the objectivity requirements. So you'll see that in R 390.5, little b, little 2 there. So those two work together, and it's meant to facilitate this regular and continuous assessment. So the second bit here is the clarification of the approach for a non-assurance service. So what is the timeline for the evaluation of objectivity? A very important question. And so we've clarified it in the draft text, as you can see. So for the evaluation of objectivity for a NAS, that would be covering the period when the external expert is performing their work. And you'll see that in paragraph 390.6A6. The second bit of the clarification for a NAS is within the ED, we did have as a factor that might impact the evaluation of objectivity for an external expert is where the PA might use previous judgments or activities performed by the external expert, possibly multiple times. It was raised in comment letters that particularly for a NAS, this might be a very common situation, and whether it really impacts objectivity. And for example, as noted on the slide, it's also quite common in a NAS to use the work of an external expert who you've used before for different activities, because it can actually create efficiencies and facilitate a more rapid deployment of whatever NAS you're trying to do, whether it be technology related or whatnot. So the task force has accepted the point and withdrawn that factor specific for a NAS. Just want to point out, because for audit and assurance, obviously this would be a very different circumstance. With respect to the duplication with the IESB standards, we do recognize that in ISA 620 and for example, also ISA 5000, there are requirements to evaluate CCO. As Laurie mentioned on day one, it's a little bit of a two circles overlapping. There's a bit of overlap because it's required. However, we do recognize that because of this overlap, we have also added to recognize this necessary overlap. We've added in the text to the extent not otherwise addressed by professional standards, you have to assess the CCO and do all these factors, etc. Just to make it easier for everyone. With timing of CCO evaluation, so is quite interesting. Mostly there were comments with respect to that the timing of the CCO evaluation had to be completed prior to the external experts starting their work. When we went out with when the task force went out, when the IESBA went out with the ED, we explained in the explanatory memorandum that the external expert could begin its work at the same time as the PA was conducting the CCO evaluation. And the reason for that was more of the practical reason, timing and resourcing and just to enable both to be completed at the same time. It was noted from comments though that, as you see there, essentially that two broad sets of comments. One is that unnecessary time and cost would be incurred by the PA if at the end of the day, then you realize the external expert does not meet CCO, but you've already incurred all these costs to have them start their work. The other one was there could be a perceived pressure on the PA to then, because the external expert has already performed all this work, to essentially be more lenient to accept the CCO evaluation, even though there might be indications that they don't have the necessary CCO. I mean, the task force recognizes these factors. It also believes these are factors that the PA needs to address and consider in their own planning of the engagement. They need to balance what is the best approach in terms of cost, time. I mean, these are risks that are known at the start when you plan whether or not to use when you plan whether and when to begin the work of the external expert and when you anticipate the evaluation of the CCO. So that's with the respect to the first point on cost and time delay. With respect to the second point on the pressure, the perceived pressure, essentially, if the PA succumb to this pressure, it'd be a blatant breach of the code. So we do have a section on pressure in the code on 220 saying that you cannot, you shouldn't be influenced by such pressure. So, so there was no change to that. But we'll explain this in the basis for a conclusion, the rationale, which was already explained in the issues paper posted as well. So consideration of safeguards. There were a number of respondents that suggested when evaluating objectivity, the provision should consider this threats and safeguard approach. So essentially the PA should be identifying threats to the external expert's objectivity, evaluating the level of such threats, and considering whether or not there are safeguards to be able to reduce that level of threat to the external expert's objectivity. So the task force has accepted this point, and you'll see that within the revised text, we've added the consideration of threats and safeguards approach. So the first slide just now was for all professional services. And this slide here, this goes in very specifically into, because if the board recalls, we do have a long objectivity evaluation list for audit and other assurance, A to O. So accordingly, there are safeguards and factors relevant in evaluating the level of those threats. So we've added that to the revised text. Actions that might be safeguards, actions that might eliminate such threats. So we've reached the end of this section. And before I pass to Lori for prohibition, to discuss the key topic of the prohibition. 3, 2, 1. Okay. No comment.
Okay, so this topic comes up, has been coming up. It certainly came up during the exposure drafts. Oh, sorry about that. And certainly came up during the exposure draft. Mixed comments on whether there should be a prohibition if the PA or the assurance provider cannot determine that the expert has the necessary CCO for the purpose of the engagement. A lot of mixed views in the space. A view that there should be some room for professional judgment and threats and safeguards analysis. Views that this is an encroachment on the performance standard. And I think that ties to a relative lack of understanding that there's an ethical element to this. This isn't the performance element. This is at the point where you're deciding whether this person is adequate to use, not whether the work itself is adequate, right? So the task force has looked at these exposure draft comments and determined that we want to approach this in 3 ways. So we're gonna go through some of this language. One is whether the expert has the necessary CCO. We're able to determine that. Whether we're unable to determine for whatever reason, it doesn't matter what reason, for whatever reason, we're unable to make a determination that they have the CCO. And also lastly, make a explicit provision for the use of threats and safeguards. So if we go to the next slide, we've done some language revisions to provide for this. If the professional accountant is unable to determine that the expert has the necessary CCO or determines that the expert does not, so they've actually made the determination that they don't have CCO, or determines that there are threats that there are threats to the external expert's objectivity, then that cannot be eliminated or reduced to an acceptable level. This ties to what Cam just showed us, this long threats and safeguards analysis. So three things. The PA either cannot make a determination on CCO, determines that the expert doesn't meet the CCO, or determines that there are threats and they can't be eliminated via practical application of a safeguards analysis. Now we get to the operative language. The accountant shall not conclude that the external expert is capable, competent, and objective. In such circumstances, the accountant shall not use the work of the external expert. So that's the prohibition. It's very clear. But we have provided for use of professional judgment and threats and safeguard analysis in getting to that determination. If we go to the next slide, we've added language in 390.6A3, evaluating whether an external expert has the necessary competence, capabilities, and objectivity for the professional accountant's purpose involves exercising professional judgment and using the reasonable informed third-party test. So we feel that through this analysis, we've both provided for the prohibition, which is very important, right? Because we have to stand on something, and this is the whole point of this. This is probably one of the most important lines in the whole standard, right? However, we recognize that there is going to be judgment in making that analysis. We've built up the threats and safeguards language and done that. So I'm going to pause here if anybody has any comments, excuse me, on this section. Hopefully this is coming close to now addressing some of the various points that came in through the exposure draft, many of which I thought were good, some which had a little bit of confusion. I'm going to do one more slide and then I'm going to pause for comments. This perceived encroachment, or not staying in our lane with regard to the IEESB, we've added some language around this. If a professional accountant uses the work of such an external expert, this creates threats to the external accountant's compliance with the principles of integrity, objectivity, and professional competence and due care that cannot be eliminated or reduced to an acceptable level by the application of safeguards. The point of this is there was clear confusion that we saw in some of the exposure draft comments around CCO. We're trying to make sure that the ethical element of CCO is clear. That's what we're dealing with. We're not dealing with the performance element of CCO in terms of analysis of the adequacy of the work product. That's the IEESB. They've agreed with this approach and that we make clear that. So I'm going to pause here. Chana, I see you have a question or a comment.
Yeah, thanks, Lori and the team. I think we're nearly getting there, and great work by the task force. My thing is more drafting. If we can go back to
Yep.
the paragraph, so I'm comfortable with where you have got
This one?
to. Yeah.
Okay.
So actually, I was more happy with the way it was initially, that you shall not use the work of the external expert. And then you have your current A, B, and C. And then I think to say the accountant shall not conclude that the person is competent, capable, objective is in a sense repeating the three that's up there. So my preference was that you sort of come out direct with the prohibition, the accountant shall not use an A, B, C.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead, Kim. Sorry, go ahead.
Just to, so why, the task force kind of moved on this? Because, as Lori just mentioned, there was a lot of, commentators saying, oh, you're not swimming in your ethical swim lane, you're really swimming into the performance swim lane. And in particular, it was this language around this PA shall not use the work of an external expert. You know, it doesn't, it went straight to the prohibition, as you said, but it didn't really explain how, from the ethical perspective, how that got to you shall not use the work of an external expert. So
Yeah.
this formulation was trying to say, okay, because of ABC, you cannot conclude that it's the external expert CCO. And we've explained in the draft text how using the expert that is not CCO creates threats to your compliance with the fundamental principles. And so therefore we come up with
Yeah.
this, but I appreciate that it's more
Yeah,
direct.
so if you do a search on the code on shall not use, you'll find other paragraphs like this. Yeah, yeah.
I had a question because I had understood that Chana's suggestion was also, or that you would move it up, making immediately clear
Clear.
what you want with this provision instead of leaving it to the end. So I thought it was what you were suggesting.
Yeah.
that,
Yeah. No, we understand the suggestion. So
Yeah.
let us have a think
Yeah.
about this, whether there's another way to get at that. And again, maybe there's a basis for conclusion, discussion, explaining the why, because we have Cam added this other note in here about the why. Yeah, so maybe that's enough to cover us.
Yeah.
And I don't say cover us, but to make it explicitly clear for people. And I do take that suggestion because it's just plain.
Yeah.
It's a little bit easier to.
Sorry, Laurie and Cam, do make sure you're turning on your microphones when
Oh,
you're speaking,
sorry.
because
Yeah.
we have public
Sorry.
observers.
Yes, sorry about that. So we will pick that up. I think that as I look at this, that other section that we've added that is explicit about the issue probably does enough for us. And I do take the point that that's more plain English and
Yeah.
direct. Okay. Amanjeet?
My question was not on this, but on the previous section. I don't know if we can still go back to that. On the duplication of the CCO evaluation. With that IEESB standard, so.
Yeah, here we go.
Yeah, so on the right-hand side, TF response, the clarification that we are proposing to add, to the extent not otherwise addressed by other professional standards. I was just wondering, will it create an arbitrage? Will it create some kind of possibility of a compromise, if I can say, on the due diligence to be done while doing CCO evaluation? It's very vague, what is the framework for doing this?
Yeah, so I do take your point. I don't think we have that risk. This paragraph sits up in the scope section. The one that we're talking about here, right, Cam?
It sits up in the requirement to evaluate CCO, to the extent not up. Yeah, it sits up in the requirements. I do take.
But why get this here? You just say, without this proviso, that there would be responsibility for evaluating without any kind of qualifying remark like this. That way you are in a safe ground. Here, I'm not very comfortable. You're creating some kind of arbitrage. The person can say, I depended, and what did you depend on? What did you see? Either he documents all of that, or just have a very clean sort of responsibility.
All right, let us take that away and have a look at that and make sure that we don't run a risk that someone can opt out. I think that's what.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
I'm trying to say it in my language, but I think that's what you mean.
Right.
Okay. Understood. Thank you.
very small drafting point. If we go back to the paragraph, maybe you're following the structure in other sections of the code, but it the order of the elements might not be the most clear. Maybe it would be BCA. So you determine it's not. You determine there are threats that you cannot overcome, or you determine you are unable to determine. So maybe the way to present it, because it's sort of confusing now.
We'll have a look at it. And it's also, especially with all the redlining, it makes it particularly hard to see. So we'll clean it up and have a look and see if we can make it flow a little better. All right, Cam, I
Mark?
think,
Mark?
Mark,
Thank you. I think, this is moving in a really, really positive direction. I do share Channa's concern about the need for a more explicit statement in respect of 390.13. And I wondered whether where you've been challenged in some of the feedback over, what are you doing in this space? I think it's absolutely right that we're here. I wonder whether making a more explicit link within 390.13 back to the fundamental principles and actually saying it gives a clearer steer that actually this is why ethics are really important in this space. And then equally to deal with the people who say this is nothing to do with you. I absolutely understand why in 390.6 you've made the reference to other professional standards.
yeah,
But that sort of almost undermines the case as to why this is actually a really important section for the whole purposes of the evaluation. Because and I did wonder, with the ordering of the bullets in 390.13, almost do we run first with objectivity? I realise that makes it
Yeah.
OCC rather than CCO, but the objectivity piece is sort of sitting squarely as to why this is a consideration under the code, and then going on to think about competence and capability. And then that sort of sets a bit of sort of distance between our responsibilities and the IEESB's responsibilities for performance. But I think great work overall. It's just, I sort of understand why people begin to ask the question, and could we do more to sort of push back?
don't mess with our acronym. And that's just, I know, exactly, right? So I'm gonna start with the point you made first. If Cam, if you go forward 2 slides, one more. And this is why I mentioned that I think we can actually do what Chana and you both support. I do get the plain language element. We actually have tied this to the principles of integrity, objectivity, and professional competence. We've written that point. So that's in there. And we did that to explain, like, there is an ethics, there's a very key ethics play here. It's not performance, it's fundamental about go, no go, right? And so I think because of that, we can actually do this reordering as you suggest, and we'll work on that. But Mark, I think does that get accomplished what you were talking about, the link to, okay, good. So I think that does it. And then we'll play with the reordering and see if we can get it in the right flow.
Rania.
Rania, sorry.
Thank you. So I really like this. In terms of the factors that affect the judgment of the threats or that create a threat, I think perhaps you may want to add the level of competition or the abundance of this type of expertise, because I think this impacts. If there is competition, competition motivates enhances, if you will, the level of objectivity. Otherwise, I think it might not, and the way they perform it.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
That's a good point. Thank you. We'll think if we can formulate a sentence. I understand what you're talking about. If you have very limited availability of experts and everybody's
Exactly.
using the same
Exactly.
versus a lot out there. Okay. Thank you. Amanjeet?
So just one more point on the evaluation, the timing of the evaluation, if you could go back to the slide. Yes, so the second bullet on the left-hand side, this resonates with me. That there could be perceived pressure in terms of overlooking the issues if the external experts' work is nearing completion. I understand you want to give flexibility, but in the ideal world, I would think that the evaluation should be done before the work starts. In the ideal world, right? If that not be the case, we should have some guidance that is a desirable objective to have through guidance material. So
I agree with that. I mean, I think for those of us who have spent careers as risk managers in these various spaces, in the ideal world, you should always have this done beforehand. The practical reality, and we heard this from a lot of people in the use of experts, is you hit a point. Sometimes you realize, oh my God, we need an expert to look at it. We don't know. So everybody's scrambling to get an expert. Now we've put the burden on people to go out and get this information on them, but they need the expert to start right away. So I think that's a good suggestion, that we need to be explicit in our guidance, that you really need to be doing this. And if you don't get to use that as an excuse to go forward when, when you hit because always with the use of experts, one of the risks you have is you hit the finish line and the pressure is going to be there to not
yeah,
pull the
kind of
plug. We've spent the money. We don't have any more time. We have to issue our opinion, whatever.
completely agree with you. So
Yeah, okay, I understand what you're saying. So we can pick that up. I think that's a really good point, and we can figure out a way to be really strong and explicit around that
Ken?
can.
Thank you, Chair. It's on the same point, really. I think this is a very good point that Amarjit has raised. It is a point of emphasis that some of our regulatory stakeholders have raised with the task force, with this board, on this issue of pressure. And maybe it's for the task force to further discuss in terms of how we're going to bring in the additional guidance. But I'm almost minded in light of what Amarjit has raised, to actually put something in the code itself, as opposed to outside the code, with an explicit reference or cross-reference to the section on pressure. Because at the moment it's kind of implicit, or it's taken as understood. But this is a really critical issue that needs to be at the front of practitioners' minds.
I think it's a really good idea, and I think we'll take that away. I like the idea, and I think it gets to the practical reality of how these things play out, right, in real life, the risks. Okay, Cam, we've got that. Rania?
I think on this issue, I mean, to resolve it rather practically, my suggestion would be to say that ideally the CCO evaluation is done prior to the start of the engagement. However, if there are practical reasons that might preclude this or impede this, then I mean it may have. I mean the engagement may start, or the expert might start their work as the CCO evaluation is being completed, provided that the issue of pressure, and then you link it to pressure, that we do not feel the pressure. So I think it's one way of.
Okay, good. We'll pick that up and take it away and see if we can get something crisp that links and is explicit. Do I have anybody else?
Yes, I have a question, like, ideal world is to have this CCO evaluation done before the start. Well, actually that should be sort of the requirement. But you can also have a positive outcome on your assessment of the CCO, but throughout the work of the expert, you get a totally different perspective on the CCO of the expert. And what is then the guidance or the requirement is that now clear enough in the standard that you then had the prohibition sort of comes into effect right away?
So,
Because you here also have some opening, some words that it could be even that you complete the CCO nearly towards the end of the engagement, and the prohibition, yeah, to use the work, yeah, you have to use the work of the expert still would apply, I think, but so that would mean that they need to look for another expert
Yeah.
and start all over again.
yeah,
Could
so,
that be more explicit how this all flows? And
Ye-
that you cannot then keep on doing the the framework every time, because the words sometimes are again around threat. And when I read a threat, I always think about the conceptual framework. But if you come to the conclusion that you cannot use the CCO, that you cannot use the expert because of CCO issues, then there should not be again the conceptual framework, because that's in essence, in the practice, what I always find is with that everyone tries then, because of the pressures they find, they want to keep on maybe with the expert because the work is almost done. And they think, oh, but maybe we can take some further safeguards. But are these safeguards effective? That is then the big question mark. Cannot be, because that's also your clear language that you have in the 39013. But there is always this tendency that people under pressure think, oh, if we take another safeguard, we ask somebody else to review the work or whatever, and then it's done and we're fine.
yeah, so to
Is
answer your
that being
first,
addressed, yeah.
so, yeah, I actually, to answer your first question, there's the obligation to continue the evaluation throughout the engagement. So,
Okay, yeah.
so that does exist in the draft language that we have right now. To the extent that they are not CCO, then they fall into this paragraph.
Yep.
And just like the point Jeet and Ken have raised, to the extent that's late in the game, either because you didn't finish CCO till late or because you discovered lack of CCO late in the game, this is where I think we need to pick up this pressure language. And maybe when we do that language, we need to be explicit about the, 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 the
You
ongoing
cannot constantly
assessments.
go back to the
Yes, yeah.
the loop, yeah.
So we have a little bit of a complex analysis there. That I don't think is tied together, but since we're going to do something in this space around not finishing your CCO, let's see if what we can draft that picks up that other concept as well as another way that something could come in late and you can't just ignore it, and, you know,
Mhm.
paper over it. I think that's what we're getting at, right? So it does tie a little bit to what you're saying as well, because it's late in the game. However, you discovered it because of ongoing CCO or late completion. All right, I think those are really good points.
David?
Just one point to build on what Janine said and what you just talked through, Laurie. I think since we like the analogy of swim lanes, I think we need to be careful that we're distinguishing very clearly between we did CCO and we thought they were okay, and it becomes a performance problem, as opposed to we didn't finish it, or we, you know, something came up that we discovered later, we missed something. So somehow we need to keep that in mind. I think otherwise we'll have the swim lane issues again. Just a thought.
Yeah, that's a good point. We'll be careful.
Just a brief comment in the other situation, because ideally we have completed the CCO analysis before the work start, but just suppose that expert is an expert that the firm has worked many times before. So is there I understand that the big threat would be in the first time that we work with that expert, but if it is a well-known expert, maybe we can start the work before the CCO update is completed, no? Is there a possibility of that?
The problem is we can be using an expert for different clients. And so the objectivity analysis that we're getting relates to that client. So if I've used the expert for, Mark, client A, then for client B, I still need all the information relative to client B. So it's sort of the same problem. The CC could be much easier because you've worked with the person and but the O part relates specifically to the relationship with the organization that is the ultimate client. Does that make sense, Vanya? Okay. So yeah, which should go faster because you know some things, but you don't know the details on all. Okay. Estelle?
Yes, I I remember. I don't know if it was at the beginning of the work or there was a discussion about the opinion cherry picking, meaning that suddenly there's a problem with CC if the opinion is not the one you were hoping for. And there is a problem with that for PAIBs and experts, but there might also be such a situation. So is this a high risk? Is this addressed through, because when we put some flexibility, what is going to be the triggering of a problem in CC during the mission? Yeah. Is it because it tends to be turning not in the way you were hoping it would? I don't know. It's this risk of opinion wandering was raised when I was on the other side, and
So this is sort of like, we're in the I'm gonna practical example this. We're in the engagement. We don't like the way this is looking. Let's get another opinion. We don't have anything specific on this, do we?
of course, there are other aspects of the code that should address this weird way to deal with it. It's just that does it have to be mentioned somewhere, or is it already existing? The thing that it's the if you asked for an expert advice, opinion, conclusion, there should not be a sort of influencing or tracking for the opinion that goes on a pre-conclusion that you have.
It's not explicitly stated the way
Yes,
you've
this,
articulated, but within the section on, so assuming we've passed that CCO evaluation, now you're using that work of an external expert under evaluating the level of threats that could be created to the fundamental principles. So one of the factors the PA is required to see is essentially, to your point, if you take the external expert's work, if you have somebody else perform it, would it actually be materially different? Because if it is materially different, that kind of gives rise to, okay, there's a level of threat there. Well, what are you doing? But if it's the same, then obviously the level of threat would be presumably lower.
Might be you could have a thought on it when thinking about this sort of ongoing CCO evaluation, making it clear that it's not a way to or it should be aware that this risk should also be managed within the process.
Okay, thank you. Do I have anybody? Oh, David.
Maybe just one last comment, building a little bit on what Christelle said, because I've been on the PAIB side as well, and there's a ton of pressure to do this. So there are two observations I would make. One is the example that Christelle talked about often, almost always actually comes back to pressure. It's pressure about getting a particular outcome, and then it's the associated actions around that. So I think linking it back to the pressure, even potentially with an example, would be extremely helpful. The other caution that I would put out there for us to think about collectively is you can absolutely have professionals who reach a different opinion on the same fact pattern. And I think we need to be very careful that we don't try to say, well, hey, just because there are two distinct opinions, we see it in court all the time with different experts have a different interpretation, and it's true in accounting as well. So I think we need to be careful that we don't assume everything is necessarily, problematic. There could be a genuine reason to do it. So I would suggest that we link it back to something we can anchor in quite clearly, like the pressure, because you're looking for a particular outcome. And that's why you're looking for a second opinion, as opposed to there could genuinely be differences. And then you have to evaluate, okay, which one do I rely on? And then, of course, there's accountability with that. So there's just two caveats I would push on us to not forget.
Great. Very useful points. We've all been there, so we know that. Yeah, helpful. All right, I'm scanning to make sure I didn't miss anybody. Cam, do you want to continue through the bridge language? Sorry, I picked up your first slide on that.
Sure. So this was A1, which we've already, Lori has just discussed, and it links to the conclusion. This bridge language here, we did discuss this on the Monday and the Tuesday and Wednesday, so hopefully everyone's memory is still fresh. And you'll see it in the page turn, how it reflects in the overall text. So I won't go through it again, but these slides were circulated on Tuesday. So here we have the, there were a lot of comments with respect to whether or not that even if the PA concludes that the external expert does not have the necessary CCO, there are many comments about whether or not the PA could then perform some alternative procedures to enable it to use such work. The task force has had extensive discussions and coordination with the IESBA on this matter, where we came to concluding, in conclusion, is that no, this is not possible. The fundamental lack of CCO will not be compensated by performing additional procedures, because you've already assessed that they don't have CCO necessary for your own purpose. And so therefore you cannot use the work of such external expert. In essence, in their view, it would raise audit quality issues. And from the task force view as well, this clearly raises ethical issues, as we do have explained in the revised text. So,
Yes, Mark?
So I absolutely agree with where the task force is on this. I did have this sort of nagging thing about if you conclude that you can't use the work of an expert because they've not got CCO, is there also an obligation that if you become aware that the same expert has been used as a management expert or something else, you should also raise a similar concern?
So help me understand
So
that.
what I'm saying is you conclude you can't place reliance, you can't use the work of this expert because they don't have CCO. And you are going through your engagement, or you're going through another engagement, and you actually find that the same expert has provided input. I don't know, but is there, should that raise?
It's interesting, and I'm gonna take us back to this period of time where we had these long discussions about management experts, sorry. Take us back to when we had long discussions about management experts. So, of course, management experts, we don't treat them as experts, we treat them as information supplied by management, right? So they may have failed on the O, and we already assume that if they're a management expert, right? If they failed on C and C, yeah, I would assume that you'd be looking rather cautiously at that information if we think they're not competent, right? I mean, but it's a piece of audit evidence, And I think as an auditor, you always have to design your audit steps based on the evidence that management gives to you in terms of how deeply you test, what you feel you can rely on, et cetera. So I think it's a different question than what would exist in our standard, but I would think naturally you would look askance if they were not competent.
No, absolutely. And I, sort of part of me does say, had this sort of nagging doubt. Should there be a bit of application material that acknowledges that, or is it just not appropriate for this section? But I'll leave it for the task force to discuss and decide.
We can noodle over it. I have a anxiety of going into the management expert space because we've so clearly delineated this work to not be including that. And you remember how long our discussions were about
In the same room.
in the same room, yeah, in this room, actually, yeah. And I don't want to confuse people, but I think actually it's a good question for the IAASB, because that's a performance issue then. So I think we can go back to them with that question as to whether they need to get some clarity in their performance steps on that. Does that make sense to you? Okay.
Ken, please.
Yeah, yeah, I suppose I'm just hesitating as to whether we should essentially punt this over to IAASB because they have enough on their hands to worry about. But I think the code already deals with how a PA should approach consideration of information from within the entity, whether that information is coming from a management expert, as we're discussing now, or whether it's from any other sources. And there is extensive guidance in section 120 within the conceptual framework, and in particular the requirement for the PA to have an inquiring mind in really looking or in applying the conceptual framework. And if you look at the guidance in section 120, there's consideration of, the sources of the information, the reliability of the individuals who are providing the information and so on and so forth. So I don't believe we need to, because the code has to be read and applied in its entirety. So I don't believe there's a need to put a cross-reference to section 120, but maybe that's a point that could be given in perhaps an FAQ or some of explanatory material outside of the code to essentially try to address this question that's come up, right? So that's probably where I would be more inclined to go as we're kind of thinking about the issue. But I don't believe there's a need to really put anything in section 390 as we're talking about this matter.
Okay. Ken? Ah, okay. Unless you want to do it. We can have you do it. Go for it.
Oh, no.
Okay, so the exposure draft, we're going to talk briefly about additional objectivity requirements. You will remember that in the assurance space in particular, we have heightened requirements around objectivity because of the public interest in assurance engagements. So those additional actions in evaluating objectivity in audit assurance engagements, including requesting specific information from the external expert. We had, as you would expect, some mixed views on this, and while we are not unsympathetic to the fact that we are asking more of practitioners in terms of digging underneath and getting information, we still believe this is workable. Okay, I think some of the comments that came in is that that's unduly onerous. It's going to be difficult to implement. It's harder for SMPs. Again, SMBs, we are always concerned about operability for our various types of firms out there in the world. That this goes into performance standards. This again is the swim lane comment. And then some people suggested additional things we should be asking for, right? So as is the case, the task force has thought about this, and recognizing, and with all due respect to the people that have concerns about asking for information, there's a, I think first of all, I would say this is something that can be operationalized relatively easily in terms of here's the questions that you're going to be asking. So it does put an onus on practitioners to get on top of that and have a process that automatically takes place and gets evaluated. So that is true. It is something additional, but it's not that difficult. But we've done, it really isn't that difficult to operationalize if you take it on within your firm. We have thought about several things. One is whether to shorten the period of evaluation. This was one of the things that was raised because when you ask people for information, people said, oh, can you just shorten it to, you know, a very short period of time, the 6 months beforehand. We determined that the external expert should be evaluated for objectivity on a consistent starting point, period of evaluation, similar to independence considerations, given the heightened stakeholder expectations. We have to have that window be broad enough that, because let's be very clear, if you were, this isn't just financial interest, it's also, have you been on a board? Have you been an employee? Have you got relatives who work there, et cetera? So we're going to stick with that. However, we have put some clarifying language in the text, which will hopefully be helpful for people regarding information to be provided by the expert to the best of their knowledge. Because of course, sometimes, you know, if, first of all, the task force felt like if it goes back in time and the expert wasn't aware of it, it isn't impacting their objectivity clearly. And we're not being cute here. I mean, to the best of their knowledge is honestly to the best of their knowledge. Which hopefully will help with people who say, well, I haven't found anything, but I don't know if there could be something further back. The main concept there is it's not for the PA to be enforcing requirements of independence onto an external expert who probably does not have a system of independence within their operating activity unless they are another PA type firm. The IESBA doesn't expect that external experts must set up or have in place those quality management systems similar to that expected, just that they will answer the questions when asked, okay, to the best of their knowledge. So we've added the to the best of their knowledge language to hopefully help with the fact that that is a challenge, right, for experts. So I'll pause there. I don't know if anybody has any comments on this. Oh, Ahmedjeet.
To the best of, sorry. So I understand what you're saying. I mean, that's the practical side of it. You can't expect people to, you know, be aware of everything which goes back in past and so on. But it also, again, you know, it becomes very judgmental. And again, there's the escape route. I knew only this much and I conveniently ignored, which is in my knowledge, but for the purpose of the task, this can rescue a lot of people in some sense. But I'm not very sure what is a good substitute for it. You could perhaps go with this, but maybe can we find something like, you know, to the knowledge which is available, whatever knowledge is available, that should definitely be made use of to the extent one is aware of. I'm just doing wordsmithing here. Just look for a better substitute, because to the best of my knowledge is very vague and, you know,
Yeah.
it's just.
You'd like something a little firmer.
Yes.
I understand.
You said it rightly. Yeah.
All right. Let us have a think about that. I mean, this is a challenging one because for those people in the room who are practitioners, you know, we have, you know, extremely strong systems and processes in place that gather this information real time, live basis, ongoing over a long period of time. So you have the ability and all that information is there because you're required to constantly be supplying it and it's being evaluated. For most of our experts, that's not going to be the case. So they're going to be gathering information to answer these questions. And as you said, you understand why we're saying this. I don't know. Let's see what we can do as a task force as we think about whether that formulation of language is strong enough to deal with your concern about it being, an open door to escape through. So I do understand the concern, Krista.
Yeah, I think it is a notion that is already in the extent code to the best of your knowledge. I think we're not prosecutors, and we cannot draft the code as we were addressing ourselves to cheaters, liars, frauders, etc. No, we are writing a code for people who want to do the business correctly and to help them do the business correctly, and regulators who want to put the right level of safeguards, etc., expressing what can reasonably be expressed as a requirement and what is a guidance to applying those requirements the best way. So I just,
Be careful.
yes, I think sticking to that notion, to the best of my knowledge, it's a professional responsibility. It's a question of honesty. If you have people that lie, it's the same. Whatever reporting you would have in a big firm, if the people lie or don't say, you have to rely on the best of my knowledge and processes that you have. And yeah, I would be very careful into getting in another state of mind in the drafting.
All right. We'll take that on balance, Rania.
So I think that, I mean, I don't mind keeping to the best of my knowledge, of their knowledge. I think I agree with Amarjit in the sense that it tends to sort of soften the requirement a bit. But I also believe that it is a notion that is implied. I mean, of course, to the best of their knowledge. I think the escape route that you have in there is the fact that this is all subject to the professional judgment of the team, whether they, I mean, they are going to request that information, and whether they are able to receive it, whatever information is unable to be, let's say, provided, then this evaluation, it's all part of the judgment. They should, I would expect that the external expert should be able to justify that this information is not available, or this is to the best of our knowledge, or you get my point? And ultimately, it is, there are no hard rules here. They will have to exercise their judgment. And so I think that is a good enough escape door or route. Whether you keep to the best of their knowledge, I think it is implied. It does tend to soften the requirement a bit. I guess that goes back to you. In my opinion, in substance, it does not affect anything. Because as Christelle said, if they intend to lie, they will lie. If not, if they intend to be honest, they will be honest. So I think it's the intention there. I guess it depends on what you as a task force intend in terms of the language. Thanks.
Yeah, I can be sympathetic to task forces difficulties or struggle to come up with this language to the best of knowledge. We need to bear in mind that experts are beyond the control of PAs. So whatever language we use, I believe the real thing, substance will not change. So we may need an advice for external expert for purposes such as linguists. So I think we need to, I'm looking forward to seeing your revision about this phrase. But at the same time, I believe alternatively, we need to describe fully in our basis for conclusion about our agony, our long discussions right, about this issue. So don't abuse, don't intentionally manipulate the spirit. And that's my point. Thank you.
That's a good reminder, Sonam. I think it was David.
Thank you. Maybe just to the point that everyone is raising, I thought it might be useful to share what I've seen in the Canadian PA code of conduct, and they use the wording know or ought to have known. So then it puts the onus back on professional judgment. So I don't know if that's helpful as a way instead of saying kind of best effort type thing.
Thank you, David. Chana, please.
Thanks. I think this is a reasonable position. We have landed in taking into account that this will be a new thing coming in. So, I mean, it helps that in the paragraph after J, that it says with respect to the period covered by the auditor assurance report. So it sort of gives a timeline as well. So you can't sort of completely ignore. So I think it's a balanced approach for the moment, and then we can always look at it later down the track once it, rubber hits the road.
Rich, please.
Yes, thank you. I tend to be in the camp of Amarjeet, and I think that my concern is the consequence of somebody saying, well, I don't have the knowledge, and maybe not doing much of a check. And then it comes up later, I think, to the comments made a few moments back about the issue of what happens if you find out late in the engagement. I would suggest that we find some words, maybe like David's suggestion, or maybe something to the extent after having conducted a reasonable investigation or inquiry, I shouldn't say investigation, inquiry, or something like that. Because I do think just saying to the best of your knowledge can lead to some situations that'll be problematic in practice. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, everyone. Christelle, I'll pick you up. We will take this away. This discussion sort of mirrors a lot of the task force discussion, and we'll go back and see if we can play with it a little bit more, Christelle.
Yeah, just to make sure we are on the same thinking. We are speaking about the elements that would come from the expert.
Yes.
To help you
Yes.
make your CCO analysis, right? It is not forbidden, and it is sometimes required for businesses, for example, to go into some due diligence before contracting with somebody. Okay, so depending on the importance of that expert advice on a NAS or on an audit, the type of work that has to be done could be to make sure that you're not facing a surprise. Could be to go and to some due diligence, just like PAIBs have to run when they are contracting with a new party with a significant investment, when they have to make sure that a new supplier has human rights good practices, etc., which already exists, you see. So we do not have to add that to the list of requirements. It's a question of judgment, but to some extent, we have to rely on normal business practices, and sometimes to make sure that we do not refuse by principle to go into unusual practices to make sure that we are safe with an external expert impact on an audit. It was just to share the experience from inside the company, be it legally mandated or a usual practice when you want to avoid having surprises with investments.
Oh, Amarjeet, sorry.
Can we move away? So I had a point which you mentioned earlier about the same point, 390.2 8, subpoint G. This is regarding positions currently held by the external experts immediate family. So I was not very comfortable with the word currently. I'm not saying you have to go back in the past, long back in the past, but at least for the period of assurance, if there was any association, it would be worthwhile to disclose that, because currently means whatever is today. Can we expand it to the period of assurance?
Yeah, thanks, Amarjeet. We'll definitely take that on board with the task force tonight. We did receive a advance comment that's from another board member similar to what you've just mentioned. So thank you. Thank you.
Very good.
Sorry, and maybe. So only one quick slide about the examples of experts' work that are related to sustainability. So firstly, when you see those two bullet points, stated audit in 390, 290, and 5390, so they are common to those three sections. These are two bullets that the task force suggested as additional examples, explaining more what can be sustainability examples of experts' work. And those which are proposed to be added in the section 5390 only are the examples that are coming us from a few respondents to DAD. They suggested to add some examples of experts' work that are specific to the sustainability. As you can see, those are for now, so task force considered those adding those suggestions from the respondents. You can still see that they are still in the brackets. So we are planning to look maybe further to these to those two last bullets, and maybe a little bit tweak the wording, and also share this with the IESBA sustainability reference group. So these are more technical examples that were suggested, and I will pause now, maybe not in detail on those. If you have any comments or questions or those on those examples, we will be happy to take them. Thank you.
So, I have a question on the fact that, for example, we said the first one, the assessment of forward-looking information about the decarbonization plan of an entity. It seems for me that you outsource a big chunk of your mission. So I would be much at ease with a sort of a contribution or to the assessment, or I don't know. You see what I mean? Because having such an outsourcing of your sustainability audit, that's amazing to me. Or contributing to the assessment,
Okay.
Because you make the conclusion at the end, so there should be, and cannot just say, oh, he said it's okay. Yeah,
Contributing to the assessment.
Is it?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. Yeah, of course.
Ken.
Sorry, no, yeah, I know. As I'm hearing Krista's comment, it's like you know, the thought that came to mind is how long is a piece of string?
Yeah, yeah.
Because essentially this point is speaking about the practitioner, the PA, not having the expertise or the competence in essentially dealing with offsetting mechanisms and how to evaluate the application of those offsetting mechanisms. And if we're saying that actually you have competence in doing that kind of work, but there's a piece of it that you need the additional, you need expertise. So it's where do you draw the line is.
Yeah, I'm more concerned about the first one.
The first one.
Because the first one is very much
Okay.
related to the business model of your client, which you ought to know if you are the auditor, for example, and we are in the audit section. We are in 390, etc. So having such a contributing to, because yeah, there are a lot of aspects that you might need to connect and to reach a conclusion, but
Well, I was going to say, I sort of share Christelle's concern because I think, and I do think it's an important one to change that first one, because if you're relying on an external expert for your assessment, it's questionable whether you should even be doing the engagement in the first place. So I think we've got to sort of scale back a bit. Otherwise,
We're fine with that. I mean, what we were really trying to do was include something in sustainability in the expert space. So we just need to get the language right, and we will work with you guys who are better placed than we are to define that. David?
Thank you. And it's funny because I didn't have a problem with the first one because I looked at it more as stress testing. I've set my plan as an organization. I'm going to get someone to go and do a stress test. So I thought it's interesting how you read things differently. I did have a question though on what do we mean by consideration of the range of accounting tools used in eco labels covering supply chains? I honestly didn't understand what we meant by that. So I just want some clarification.
Sorry. We did struggle with this also.
It's not just me. Okay.
And so we went back to the respondent actually who commented on this and suggested this addition. So I will read it through. So consideration of the range of accounting tools used in eco labels covering supply chains. It has been explained to us that eco labels are labeling systems certifying marks or logos for food or other consumer products that may consist of letters, stars, or colors used to denote the product's impact on the environment. They are a form of sustainability measurement.
So is what we're saying, if I can just paraphrase it in my simple way of thinking, is what we're saying then that it's the underlying systems that track and capture the data that's going to be used. So maybe we can just say it's the underlying systems that would track and capture various aspects that would subsequently be used for labeling purposes, and just keep it simple like that, maybe.
And you've got an ISO reference in there as well now.
I know.
Yeah.
Well, listen, we had a lot of fun with this one because we were all looking it up on the internet. What are eco labels? So we did learn something on this one, but I think we can play with the language to make it more user friendly and direct, plain English.
Yeah, not so specific. 'Cause it looks quite niche. It's not actually, it's actually broader, but I think we can word it to be a bit broader.
Yeah, these labels are on lots
Everything.
of stuff. Which we learned.
Yeah.
So it's a great process. Okay.
Yeah, this, yes, this.
Let's do Paul.
No, I think even just using the term eco labels is use of experts in itself. So I think let's loosen the term being used. Just use something a bit more general. To use eco label, because that has been determined by someone, that means you're relying on that determination. As just use something.
Yes, we can probably go through something accounting tools referring to measurement or methodologies resulting of classification of eco labels, or not using eco labels at all. No,
Or labeling systems.
Yeah, so it's the data capture that's
Yeah.
going to be used in the assessment of the labeling. That's, I think, how we need to frame it.
So yeah, consideration of the measurement, methodologies and classifications in general. No,
It's
no,
helpful.
no.
We just got a little very caught up in our own expertise with this language.
Very productive.
That's super
Thank you.
helpful.
Thank you.
Rania.
one eco-label I recently got familiarized with is dolphin-free tuna. I don't know if you've heard of this.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, so I had no idea that there could be dolphin in tuna, but then it turned out that dolphin-free tuna is tuna that when the tuna is caught,
The nets don't
it
capture
is
the
not used
dolphin.
to, I mean, the procedure does not endanger dolphins.
Yeah.
In the process. Anyway, so what I wanted to say concerning the first point, the assessment of forward-looking information. While I agree, I definitely agree with you, and I mean, I do not disagree with like scaling it down a bit to the contribution to. However, I think we have to keep in mind that it might be the case, depending on the proportion of that assessment as part of relative to the rest of the engaged. I mean, unless, I mean, this sort of work is I mean, you want to prohibit it, but I think we have to, I mean, recognize that you may be engaging an external expert that will be conducting the assessment of such information. And I think, and I remember we discussed this at some point, like the proportion of work that I remember we had that discussion in Abu Dhabi. I think that goes back to whether, I mean, whether you can take on the engagement or not. So that is a separate issue, but I think you may have to rely on them to do the assessment, provided it is a reasonable portion or proportion of your engagement. Yeah.
As you are in an example, I was just
Yes,
proposing
I
that
agree.
we do
No.
not seem to
No, I
propose a
understand.
mission that could be over.
Yeah, better to scale it down than
Yeah,
to keep
a
it
little
that
bit,
large.
because
But yeah.
it's just a principle and a type of example regarding forward-looking information, which was important, I think.
I think these are all really great comments and, you know, look, this was our maiden voyage into trying to add some sustainability examples. So likely we will work on some language and possibly reach out to several of you to stress test some of that language. And hopefully we can get that. Can.
Yeah, just I suppose a quick reaction, Rania. I just recall all the discussions we've had on bringing in the concept of the significance of the work of the external expert. So, you know, anytime we want to weigh in again on this question of, you know, what's the weight of the work of the external experts in the context of the totality of the, you know, and I think the presumption has always been that if the practitioner is going to be reaching out to somebody outside to bring in the relevant expertise, it has to be relating to a matter of sufficient significance anyway. So so I'm not sure we need to really splice it in a level of detail that you know, that's going to create a lot of questions, because the assumption is if you're going to be using an expert, it has to be relating to matters that is of sufficient significance in any event.
That was excellent. Let's give us a good work plan for this evening and the month of October.
Okay, thank you very much, Laurie and team and task force. We will break now and come back at 11:20. So 20 minutes past the hour. Thank you.
20 minutes.
Okay, let's restart. Before we restart, Ken has an information to the board.
Yeah, very briefly, just to let you all know that Andy Meter is not here this morning with us because he has a hearing, a forensic hearing that he has had to attend. So he'll be joining the board discussion this afternoon. Right, just in case you're wondering where Andy is. Right, he's not too far from here, but he's had to attend to something that's you know, very necessary for him. Thank you.
Thank you very much,
Alright.
Ken. And Laurie, the wheel is yours. So-
Thank you very much. And I'm going to hand pick up any additional comments that people have at this point in time. And then we're going to talk a little bit about the what next. There's still time for more comments. We're going to do another turn, post task force meetings, et cetera, before the December meeting. But Cam, over to you.
Thanks, Laurie. So we'll start with the glossary here. So as you can see, I'm trying to fit this onto one. Well, the first one here, expertise, I think we've, as Joanna has gone through as well. Then we have the some revisions to the definition of an external expert here. Any comments? If not, I'll move to the next document. Okay. So I'll move to agenda item 3C now. Okay, so 3C, which is section 390. The yellow highlighted is what is the updated bridge that we've been discussing during this week. So this has been reflected in this text. So the yellow highlights represent what has changed from what has been posted. Just to let you know. So you can see in context here, the first part of the bridge flows straight into literally the third paragraph up front of the revised text. If anyone has any comments on any portion of the text, just raise your card. Otherwise, I'm going to go to the next section right now. The next section here, you'll see the additions and some minor amendments to the examples of expert work. Joanna went through some of the key additions earlier before a break. This section here on the scope exclusion, we've also discussed earlier this morning, and we'll take into account some of the advanced comments we've got and during the break that we at our task force meeting later. As we mentioned earlier this week, the second leg of the bridge paragraph, this is here in 390.4A5. Again, you can see it in context, which flows directly after the paragraph on scoping. So hopefully this really explicitly clarifies that the performance standards address adequacy of the external experts' work, and you should go see those there. Christelle,
Yeah.
I paused too long here.
Yeah,
Sorry.
so Cam, sorry, Cam, if I might ask you to, if you could enlarge the text a bit.
Oh,
more
sorry.
on the
Okay.
Screen, so
Is
that's,
this, yeah.
that's better.
Is there a reason that you speak about other professional standards? Would it be in professional standards? We are in ethical standard? I don't know.
And then other professional standards.
Is it the usual term? Because we are professional standard?
Yes.
With, despite the fact that we get professional agnostic. No.
Here in agreeing the terms of an engagement, this was the bit that, again, here, let me just see, we can see it in context. So the addition here was really to facilitate that regular and continuous reassessment of the external expert CCO. Go ahead.
I sent my comment already, but do you have any specific reason for using audit or assurance report and the engagement period? There's only one period here.
Yeah.
The engagement period is defined.
Yeah.
Separately. What about making two?
Yeah. Well noted. Yeah, you're right. You sent an advance comment on this, and also Mark also did as well. And we'll at the task force meeting tonight, we'll make clarify to both. Thanks for raising that. Okay. So you'll see here, and there's an additional factor added for matters that a PA might discuss with the external expert, including fees, suggestion from respondents. We mentioned this morning, R 390.6, the addition of to the extent not otherwise addressed by professional standards. We note the conversation this morning, and so we'll also reflect on that. Chana?
Just a minor point for the task force to consider. Is it better to start with to the extent not otherwise addressed by the professional standards? Just rearranging and putting it to the front.
To the extent not otherwise addressed, the professional accountant shall.
Yeah, but I would just make that subject to further discussion, the task force, in light of Amarjit's earlier comment.
Yeah.
Because my sense is this qualifier might actually go. Yeah, but that's subject to further discussion, the task force.
So we're moving on to 390.6A2, A3. I'm going to move down now to the factors relevant in evaluating the competence of the external expert. Some additions here, helpful suggestions from respondents to have additional factors. And I think that we did receive an advanced comment on adheres to legal and regulatory requirements in terms of ordering, and so we'll also consider that tonight at the task force meeting. Factors that are necessary, factors that are relevant in evaluating the capability of the external expert. Here, in the lead-in here for David.
Just one thing, Cam, where you've got the last bullet point where the external expert has a history of performing similar work. I'm just reflecting back on something Lori mentioned earlier when she talked about circumstances. So it might be helpful to add in similar work in similar circumstances, as opposed to similar work in very different circumstances. Maybe that changes your competence level as well. Just something to think about. Yeah.
We will.
Thank you. Now back to A6 here. Factors that are relevant in identifying the self-interest and familiarity threat of the, sorry, I have a box with, on my screen, not on your screen, but identifying self-interest or familiarity threats to the objectivity of the external expert for the period during which the external expert is performing the work. So you'll see here the time frame was added as requested by respondents and mentioned earlier, and we're building in that threats and safeguard approach specific to objectivity here. Again, some suggestions from respondents in terms of drafting, etc., and additional factors, obviously. The addition of 390.6A7 here, that was really responsive to questions, a few questions from respondents, essentially asking for further clarification as to who the external experts employing organization is. Essentially, their concern was, would it actually mean, entities further up than the entity that directly in substance you're employed by? So that was 390.6A7. Oh, because we can relook at the ordering, but the reason why it was placed there is because the first time employing organization comes up here is here. So we wanted to just explain that immediately afterwards. Yeah. Then we go back to factors. And as we mentioned in the earlier discussion this morning, these are factors relevant in evaluating the level of such threats. to the external expert's objectivity. Then we have examples of actions that might be safeguards to address threats to the external expert's objectivity. We removed A5, the ED A5 on the previous judgments, specific for NAS, as I've mentioned, because this might be a thing that happens quite often for NAS, and for NAS, it may not have implications for the necessary objectivity needed. So now we're on to the section on audit and other assurance engagements. Recognizing 390.8, the discussion this morning with respect to the best of their knowledge. So as mentioned, the task force will be discussing that and coming up with a proposal. So the factors in substance haven't changed, as Lori mentioned in her presentation. There's been a little bit of a reordering for further clarification. So you'll see that in markup here. So bullet F became bullet A, etc. And that really is, as I scroll down, you'll see, is to further enhance the clarity of the timeline of the information that is necessary from the external expert. These the edits here are really drafting edits to clarify based on suggestions from respondents. There was a new factor, E, any actual or potential litigation, and this is arising from a suggestion from regulators. So we've also added that in, and that's also consistent also with the code. There is a section in the independence attributes on that. Rich.
Yeah, so for these factors with regard to audits, why was the period deleted up in, I think it's 7?
Here,
a little
right?
farther
This,
up.
here, this
Look.
one, right?
Well, it was also deleted up in 390.7 right there. Yes, I'm sorry. Yes, where you're at, 398. So what do we believe is the period that they have to have, has to be considered here?
So the reason for this reordering and the deletion of that, maybe I'll just really quickly scroll to specific to the period. We have these factors here, K to O, sorry, and you'll recognize them very similarly to the independence attributes in the code,
Right,
financial
right.
interests, loans, etc. For the ones up from A to J, the task force believes that within each of the factors, it is quite clear already what the length of information, the period of information that the external expert is expected to give. So firstly, the PA is required to evaluate the objectivity for the period of the audit assurance report and the engagement period. And so when they request the information, any previous or current engagements, we feel this is clear. The length of relationship, that doesn't need to be quantified, right? It's how long have you been associated with the entity? What is the length of your relationship? So it's very clear length of time. And again, with this recently, any fees, that's a longer length of time, or recently received, that's also qualified.
So maybe just to get straight to the point, I think Rich, and maybe that's a question for the board. Essentially, all of these attributes have been divided into two categories. The first category is not time bound. And the question for the board is the board comfortable that each of those bullet points are from A to, I think it's J, is the board comfortable that each of those attributes should not be time bound as being proposed by the task force? The second category is time bound in relation to the period covered by the information that's subject to assurance and the engagement period. So if that was your question, Rich, essentially that's what the task force has done.
But okay, that that was part of my question, but the other part is when we go to G, it says any position currently held. So they could have held the position during the assurance period or the professional engagement period, but not when we make the inquiry. I'm not sure that would be okay.
Yeah, and Rich, we received your advance comment and Amarjeet also mentioned it earlier this morning, so we'll definitely be relooking at that.
Okay, all right.
That's the
So,
removal
so
of the
it's, the
previous.
idea is A through J is not time bound. And then beyond that, there are the ones further down have a time boundary on them. Is that how you're saying it?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So in the section of non-time bound factors, we were on the new factor on litigation. There's another new factor on any position currently, or it's essentially what the task force did for the ED bullet H, where you could see the struck out little I and two to three I's. There were suggestions from respondents to make it a little clearer, and it also seemed a little bit, and some thought it was a little bit duplicative. So what we tried to do is split it out. So bullet F there, and then bullet G. We take the note that obviously for bullet G, we will revisit whether it should be any position previously or currently held by the external experts, immediate family, etc. David?
Just one question. So under E and F, they're pretty clear. What I was wondering as well is, should there be consideration if someone's had a significant financial interest in something?
That's in
Okay,
A.
thank you.
Yeah.
I didn't see that. I was just thinking about it as I was reading it.
Yeah.
Rich.
I'm sorry, I forgot to
we're
take my
taking
hand
notes.
down. No, I'm having some internet problems. I'm sorry, I forgot to take my hand down.
No
Thanks.
problem. Thank you.
Oh, so so we're moving on to, so we've discussed F, G, and then now H, I, J. Any comments on that? Otherwise, we're moving on to the time-bound ones, which is K to O, which have no change to them from the ED, essentially. And those financial interests, loans and guarantees,
Yeah.
business relationships, etc. Okay. So R390.10, that was tweaked essentially to tie into the new requirement on the reevaluation of the external expert, and also the requirement to have a commitment from the external expert to provide information about any changes. I think there was an advanced comment also on this point to better link it to the other two requirements. So we'll also take a look at that. I'm moving down now. 390.12 A1, A2. As mentioned, these were the addition of the threats and safeguard approach to the objectivity, to the external experts' objectivity. So any comments, please just raise your tent cards because I'm scrolling slowly through it.
Maybe one more, maybe it's covered. So just clarification for me. What about things like board positions?
Yeah.
So where it's not paid and things like that. So it's like an NED position?
I believe that would be covered by any position as a director of. It's still a director.
Well, I'm not sure. In some countries, you're not considered a director though, if you're sitting on a board. Not in Canada, for example. I was chairman of the board, but I wasn't deemed an officer or a director of the charity. That's why I'm asking the question, because there are some circumstances where you might not be. That's what prompted me to think about it. And is it captured? Does it capture the example I
Yeah.
gave us? The definite. Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right.
think we were here in the threats and safeguards approach. Now we're in the so 390.12A2 were the factors relevant in evaluating the level of threats. 390.12A3 actions to eliminate such threats, examples of actions to eliminate such threats. A4 is examples of actions that might be safeguards. And then now we come on to the conclusion, which we also discussed this morning, and the task force will be also looking at it this at its task force meetings coming up. Because of the bridge being moved up. Yep.
The sorry, just on 539012A4.
12A4, this one.
Yeah, in terms of the safeguards, I'm not really sure that returning the gifts or other benefits is a safeguard, because I think once you've received it, you are effectively compromised, and handing it back doesn't cleanse that, in my view.
Should be like declining the.
Declining it is fine, but not returning.
What
Maybe-
happens if you give it
Yeah,
to the
kind
company
of.
immediately?
Maybe use the word declining. I mean, we're thinking about, and honestly, this happens, people send you things.
Yeah.
And you go, okay.
Probably declining includes.
Declining
returning.
includes, I think declining is the better word. Sorry. Declining's the better word, Mark. Yeah.
Can I comment on this? So when it comes to dealing with gifts, according to the UNDP's guidelines, one way to do it if the gift, I mean, if the situation is sensitive, is to give it to the company or to the manager, but not to keep it to oneself. No, I'm just,
Yeah, your own company,
Yeah.
where you work.
yeah,
But here,
just
I think it's better to be.
I wonder, yeah, that becomes a little difficult.
because my point is that sometimes there are situations where it is very that are sensitive and you feel awkward to return the gift or to decline. So in that case, you are I mean, I'm just
Yeah.
saying that I mean, it has been recognized that these situations exist sometimes,
Yeah.
not because you are corrupt or you want to take something, like you want to take a bribe or a kickback or anything. It's just that the situation is awkward. In that case, the guidance is to give it to the management.
It's making it collective or
Yeah.
giving it to a charity, etc. It means not keeping
exactly.
it personally. Now, what's the impact on the objectivity?
Yeah,
That's
I don't-
difficult
yeah,
to assess because
And if there is a standard which is clear, even if it's uncomfortable, it's a standard. It's like a rule, man. We may not like it, but or feel that we are being unpolite, but there is a standard that we need to follow. So I don't think that there's those situations.
Yeah, and I would just in the code already, there is a section on gifts and hospitality, and one of the existing safeguards is returning already, but point taken that is a UN.
Yeah.
Yes, so my point is, I see your point. And, but I mean, if the code is basically addressed or addressing individual behavior. So what I'm saying is recognizing that perhaps returning the gift might sort of impact somehow. I'm just saying that it exists and just to be aware of it. So sometimes you would have to like, just, not take it on personally.
Yeah, just a couple of thoughts on just in response to Rania's suggestion. I acknowledge the point, Rania, that sometimes it can be a very tricky situation when you're receiving a gift and actually returning it might create some unintended consequences. I think maybe there are two possibilities. Well, first of all, this is just an example of a safeguard. So this provision is not imposing a requirement on the PA to return. It is just one of a number of possible actions that might be safeguards to address the threats. The second possibility would be, and maybe that's a suggestion for the task force, to look at the guidance in section 340 that deals with inducements. And there's a variety of examples of safeguards that might potentially be useful in the context of experts. And one of those is actually precisely in relation to a gift, is to donate the gift to charity of the receipt, right? So in other words, to not return it necessarily, but to donate it to some of our recipients. Yeah. So just for the task force's consideration.
This was also Christelle's suggestion.
I really like Ken's suggestion as well, because the other thing that came to mind for me is if we say decline gifts and we don't quantify it, if someone receives a coffee cup, I worry about, well, it's technically a gift, but to anyone, you would look at it and say it's truly incidental. It doesn't affect your objectivity. So maybe going back to that section might be a helpful way to qualify some of these things so they don't become absolute and just not practical.
Yeah, I think we can keep going on that one. We'll have, sorry, I think we can keep going. We'll have a look. I mean, the one thing is, I don't know that I want to get into every possible thing we can do with gifts here, because this is only meant as an example. So maybe decline or other safeguards pursuant to set, and cross-reference to the standard, because this is, it's an example, but the details of how you do that are somewhat incidental to this standard, right? It's just, in other words, there are things you can do to provide safeguards. So we'll play with it and see. So the point's well taken. Okay.
Okay. So on the concluding paragraph, we discussed this morning as well, as shown, and we'll take into account the comments received on the bridge, because the bridge was sort of split into two and moved up front. Accordingly, this would be withdrawn in this section of the provisions. R 390.14. Yep.
So now
I have on 14, I have comment. This is about the requirement to reevaluate pending based on new information or changes. It stopped here, but given this paragraph is under the title of concluding on CCO, like external expert, we may need to add the phrase, but TA should revisit. TA should revisit the conclusion already made in such circumstances. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Then moving on to the section on potential threats arising from using the work of an external expert. We received some comments to include an example of self-review threats. So we've, the task force has included it. Then on evaluating threats, no changes. Addressing threats. And then the external experts in emerging fields or area, also no changes. And we come here to using the work of multiple external experts. There were suggestions from respondents to include an example of what we mean in the requirement, where it says that the accountant shall consider whether the combined effect of using the work of multiple experts might create additional threats or impact the level of threats. So the task force has endeavored to do that in 390.20A1. I know, Rich, you also sent in an advanced comment on this paragraph, essentially noting that it still doesn't clearly explain why that might be an issue, but I leave it for you to, Rich, if you want to.
Yeah, and I appreciate what we're trying to do here. I'm just a little concerned with the phrase. Well, let me put it, there are some situations where it will almost be automatic. You have to use multiple experts. And secondly, there are some industries where, as you look at that last phrase where it says becomes unduly large or dominant proportion, when I think about the extractive industries, particularly minerals, oil and gas, and there are others where the work of the expert could be fairly significant, but that's why you hire them, because they're outside your competency. I'm not sure that just the fact that there are multiple experts, when I think about real estate or those kind of industries, that per se raises the threat to an unacceptable level. But it could, because maybe that's where it heightens the importance of making sure you understand CCO. But I'm struggling with this kind of unduly large and dominant proportion, because I'm not sure that's going to be helpful to some of those industries. I may have named a few others in the example, but that was my concern.
Thanks, Rich. Well, we struggled with this paragraph. The task force did, you know, spend some time. Rania?
So yeah, I see Rich's point. I mean, perhaps, but I see your intention as well. And perhaps an alternative phrasing could be as such that the overall work overshadows the contribution of the practitioner. I think that's the key point. Yeah, you want to make sure that your contribution somehow, it's not the size of the contribution, it's the value of your contribution. It might be that you're putting everything together and you're adding some very valuable input into the whole engagement. And so I think the idea is your contribution and being overshadowed by the rest of the experts. Just a thought, yeah.
Mark?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry. Rich, does it help that this is just an example? I mean, I think I'm hearing it's not a great example.
It does help. I did think about that. I mean, I did look at the fact that 390-20 is the requirement and this is application.
Think about it.
It's maybe a phrasing thing at the end of that more than anything else.
Okay, we'll play around with it a little, because when we were struggling with this, that's why we included it in the example. It's clear we're not capturing that maybe as well as we could, so we'll spend some time with that. The concept of the multiple experts is so that we don't have like someone who acts like a general contractor and just hires a bunch of people. And we were thinking in particular in sustainability space, like we're going to hire 9 of these experts and, we're just signing our name and off it goes.
Yeah.
But maybe we can play a little with the language of the example to make it not as problematic, because as you were speaking, I was thinking about, undo the proportion. Are we talking financial proportion or the amount of hours spent, or like what is the proportion as well?
Yeah.
And it's a difficult one.
Yeah.
I was just wondering whether you might address that and Rich's comment by changing that to something like has a pervasive influence on.
I mean, this is the word problem.
So
Unduly pervasive.
Well, if I heard what you said, Laura, your concern is almost that you've reached out and used so many experts that you're really not the principal auditor or principal assurance provider.
Yeah, I think, and maybe some other task force members can jump in. I think that was the concern, was one of the concerns, but probably the primary one that we were concerned about is, you're signing an assurance opinion, but in fact, you're really not the person doing that. And Rich, when you talk about extractive industries, those can be huge amounts, obviously, when you have an expert come in and do evaluation, for example, in the extractive industry, but you're still doing the whole audit. It's just you need to you need that amount expertized, right? You
Exact-
need to make
exactly.
sure that that's right. So, like, I get that, that doesn't bother me. It's this other situation, and I think that's what we were talking about, yeah. Okay, Mark, helpful, more words. We'll see what we can do.
And I might send you something as well.
Yeah.
Because on that point that you said, we do have a concluded enforcement case that was very much around that.
What I just said. Yeah. Yeah, that was, sorry, that was bothering us and especially as we move into the sustainability space. So, we'll think about it. Oh, Renee.
Rania, and I think.
I just wanted to say that I think that in the sustainability space, we should expect to see situations where there are multiple experts used, and it's going to happen. It's bound to happen, especially if the organization is plans to be extensive, or the requirements are the disclosure requirements are extensive with regards to environment, social, and governance. And so I don't think there is any one single expert who can, cover the different areas. So I think this is bound to happen. I think the key consideration should be that, as you said, so that the practitioner is not, or the assurance provider is not just a general contractor that is subcontracting. They have to be certain that there is some value that they can add, some form of judgment that no one else can add. So that's why I suggested like overshadowed, because I mean, it could be, as you said, it could be the number of hours is more or whatever. It's a subjective judgment.
Yeah.
There is something that you're adding, that some value that you're adding to the engagement. I think we should expect to see that in the sustainability space.
Christoph?
I would pay attention to not going on the performance management side of the standard, right? Here about how you conclude, how you use experts, what kind of additional work you do on that, etc. That's performance standard, I would say, right? So if this was not addressed, maybe we could send it to IESB to address. My point here was more about, is it really self-interest? To what extent is it impacting self-interest, right? Because this is the one that you point out. Why an additional self-interest? Well, could you just explain me how it's linked to that one? I would imagine that it can impact your professional and due care aspects, yes, but the self-interest, because you have a lot of reports of experts.
I think when we were drafting, I agree, and I think of professional competence and due care when I think of this point, because in other words, I can't do anything except sign contracts with a bunch of other people to deliver the results, which is, you never want that person signing your overall opinion, right? You have to bring some level of skill to that. I think when we were thinking of this, we were thinking of self-interest, and my self-interest is to get the big contract and then parcel it out, right? I think that was, if it isn't evident, I agree with you. I think that, I'm just thinking back to our task force meetings. I think we were going down that, and Kim, you can correct me, or Sadia or Luigi. I think that's what we were saying, is that's, there will be work out there that is very lucrative, and we want the work even if we don't necessarily bring anything to the table, except the fact that we can string a bunch of experts together. Okay, thank you. Amajit.
Can I pull you back
Yes,
to
always.
390.6A?
390.6A, can we go backwards?
sorry, 390.6.
So if you can scroll down a bit, yeah, so the last point which is proposed to be deleted, no, as a part of A6,
Right
the
there. Yep.
last bullet, yeah.
Whether,
Do you really want to delete this? Whether the external expert will evaluate or rely on the previous judgment? I thought it doesn't hurt if it is there. I mean, it is just an inclusive list. It's not an exhaustive list. So
Okay, we'll take that on board and consider it.
you can look at that. I thought even if it sits there, it helps. It adds value. So
we'll revisit. Thank you.
yeah, thank you.
Janine, please. Thank you. Can you maybe go back to the 39020? It's the requirement that we just discussed,
Yeah.
and I just want to add, yesterday I made a comment, I thought it was yesterday or the day before, on shall consider and the level of enforceability. But if I read this, it's to me as if the sentence ends too early, because what is actually, yes, they have to, it might create an additional threat or impact, period. So you shall consider, but it doesn't put any action, this requirement on what to do, the way I read it. So, yeah. Do you understand what I mean to say? Like,
Yes.
if you use multiple external experts, and the only thing that is required, the way I read it.
You're right.
Yeah.
So I think what you're saying is we need to formulate some language that, tell me if I'm reading this right.
Yeah.
We need to formulate some language that says you need to consider, and if it poses a threat, whether you should be
What you, that you
continuing
should
with this work.
address it.
Yeah,
And it doesn't say that it
okay,
needs some.
okay, when
addressing.
we revisit, we will
Yeah.
look at that, thank you.
The whole set is, there might be threats. You should do this and this to lower the level of the threat. If you can't reach a satisfactory conclusion, you should. So here it's shall consider when evaluating the threat. And if your conclusion on that is that you can't give the CCO stamp, you already have the action. So I don't see your point that there is, you're not holding the hand of the professional about the fact that maybe there's loops before getting to a conclusion, no? I don't see.
I think Janine's point is, and Janine, jump in if I'm wrong, where we have multiple experts individually, they might have all passed CCO. But we, as the assurance provider, by doing it that way, may have we need to evaluate whether we have a threat that
Yeah.
we aren't able to reduce or deal. Yeah, it takes it
Yeah.
one step further. Yeah.
Yeah, and then what you're required to do.
Yes.
Because it doesn't say, for instance, in assessing whether, what the impact is, or it just is
Yeah.
it's not a real requirement to follow it up, the issue.
The conclusion is you can't sign your report. At the end, you've gone through the CCO for everybody, and at the, you won't do CCO on an expert that you feel is getting above the acceptable level of total experts on your mission. That we say there should be a global view, yes. So what's going to happen? You can't sign with some of these experts, or you should withdraw from the engagement, no? Is that what we're going to conclude here?
I don't know. I think we have to, as a task
about
force,
it.
discuss this. I think really, if I were looking at this in my worst case that I'm using here, which probably doesn't happen that often, but I just say, oh, this is a great contract. I can make a bunch of money. I'll hire a bunch of these people, try to get it for the lowest possible fee. I don't do anything except pull the contract together and sign the opinion. This is like really not good, right? So then the question should be, whether I should be continuing with that engagement. Is that an ethical thing to be doing? Because is the client reasonably considering that you're providing some level of assurance and skill over those experts that you are not doing? So I do understand, Janine, the point you're making. I think we have to talk as a task force about whether that, how we formulate this in a way that says, you need to think about this and whether it means you cannot continue with the engagement as you have it structured. I mean, I don't think we need to go into the details of that. It's just an ethical point that we want covered off. But let us see where we come and then we'll.
Yeah.
Okay.
So moving on then to the last couple of paragraphs. There were, Sungna.
I have comment on 21A1, 20A1. I'm sorry, we are on 21.
We are on well, I was just about to move to 21. Did you have something on 20 or 21?
21.
21, okay.
21A1, it looks like inconsistent to me with the discussion we have. We have the requirement, paragraph 13, when CCO is not competent, then full stop, right? But here it's about what limit communication responsibility. And then in the third row, such communication might be relevant when there is a lack of information to evaluate the CCO and there is no available alternative to expert. But it implies to me that we can use external expert even though there is lack of information, right? So it looks like to me contradiction with paragraph 13, if I'm correct, the requirement. So there's some kind of inconsistency.
Yep. We'll address that. I agree with you. That looks hanging since we've made that revision for where we don't have enough information.
Thank you. And the last two paragraphs here, the change to the documentation was responsive to suggestions from commentators to only document those that are significant discussions. So the task force has taken that up. This is at the end of the document now.
Any other comments? Okay, we are good.
So we thank you very much for all of that. If you think of anything stray that you didn't have a chance, just send a note across to us. We've got this meeting tonight and we've got more meetings and discussions taking place during October. And we'll endeavor to get another turnout to you for comment before we do the December term. So that's our goal.
But we do have just a
we have
couple
more.
other documents,
Oh, sorry.
even though they're very similar.
Oh, sorry. I'm getting too excited. Yeah.
On the communication with regards to the use of an expert, I'm just wondering. So so is the obligation just to communicate with the management and those charged with governance? What if the report of the practitioner is for the benefit of another third part? I mean, shouldn't this explanation or this communication accompany the report of what, that we have used another expert? And you get my point? Because the benefit of the work might not be just for the management and those charged with government.
It sounds like you're speaking a little bit about the disclosures and the actual report, and that's more on the performance standard side, like when you issue the report and then disclosure about the use of experts, etc.
Yeah.
And from the auditing perspective, my understanding is that the firm still needs to take accountability for the entire audit opinion. So unless it's actually legally required or there's is a need for it, you can disclose it, but you cannot take away from the PA's responsibility to do so. So for
Yeah.
example, there's guidance also in ISO 5000 with respect to that,
Yeah.
transparency, and also in ISO 620.
Mm.
But I think that's what you're
So-
suggesting, or
Yeah.
please.
Yeah, no, I'm just trying to understand, like, why is the communication only vis-a-vis the management and those charged with governance? I mean, if you get my point. I mean, the idea is to add some level of transparency. If that level of transparency is there because of what is drafted in the auditing or assurance standards, then it's there. Then why do we need to have it? So I'm just asking the question. Maybe I didn't really get the point of this require. So if either that level of transparency already is there based on the assurance reporting requirement, and so why do we have to have it in there? Or if it's not, then why are we limiting it to just the management and those charged with governance? That's my question.
I'm not sure I understand who,
Maybe I can,
Yeah.
I can help.
Yeah.
I'll try my best. So first of all, this is not a requirement, Rania, it's
Yeah.
an encouragement.
Yeah.
And secondly, you're right, there's an aspect of transparency that
Mm.
this provision is intended to address or respond to, because we have to remember that this section is intended to apply also in the context of an audit engagement.
Okay.
And in the context of an audit engagement, there is always a focus on communication between the auditor and
And
those
those
charged with
charged with
governance in relation to facilitating the responsibility of those charged with governance in evaluating the independence
Yeah.
and the quality and the adequacy of the audit work, etc.
Yeah.
Right. So there are responsibilities, especially in lower regulation, for audit committees to basically oversee the work of the auditor.
Yeah.
So this is in a way sort of addressing a bit of that,
Mhm.
but it's an encouragement. It's not a requirement. And yes, I mean, it's going to be contextual to
Yeah,
when it
no.
makes sense to.
Okay, fine, I understand. My point is, I mean, perhaps if there is also another like third-party primary beneficiary, then a similar encouragement should apply. I'm just wondering. I mean, just something for you to consider, I guess. Because I mean, if you know that your work is for the benefit of another, I mean, beneficiary other than just, it's not just a report that it's not just a general report that is supposed to accompany publicly disclosed information. You know that it is for the benefit of a very specific third-party beneficiary. Perhaps a similar encouragement should apply in that case.
I think you'd have to be careful, Rania, because you have, in a sense, you would expose yourself to legal liability in the first instance. So you have a route for the auditor or the assurance practitioner to be able to report and to communicate to management and those charged with governance. You have similar cover in many jurisdictions for reporting certain matters to regulators that regulators need to know about, like non-compliance with material law or regulation or going concern issues. If you start reporting things more widely, you run the risk of legal liability.
But if I got this correctly and I stand corrected, the encouragement here is to disclose information about the use of the expert. And so I mean, I'm not sure if that opens up, the possibility for legal liability, just the use of the expert while you're using them. All I'm saying is that
I'm just saying that
yeah.
if you're
Yeah, I get
reporting, if you're reporting to your client or you're reporting to a regulator, then in a sense, it's a protected form of reporting. If you start reporting more widely, it's not subject to that protection or cover.
Understood. And again, my understanding is that unless that other part is not just the general public, just another primary beneficiary of them.
Yeah, I think,
And-
the other complication is confidentiality, Rania, because this is more than just reporting that the practitioner is using an external expert. If you read the bullet points, the communication goes into quite a level of detail. It's about communicating the purpose, the nature, the scope of the work, you know, et cetera, et cetera. So unless we can be very clear as to whichever parties we have in mind, I would just be a little bit hesitant because it could be a very slippery slope to essentially putting an expectation in the code that there is going to be this communication to, you know, everybody and anybody and everybody. Yeah. But maybe while we're on this page, Cameron, as I was just looking at the documentation here, maybe I'd ask the task force to first of all reconsider the ordering of the bullet points, because it seems to me we should maybe start with the second bullet first, the steps taken by the accountant to evaluate CCO, and maybe then the results of significant discussions, etc. And then anyway, just look at the ordering. And secondly, I think we maybe need a bit more precision on the first bullet point, because you know, if you were to just read it cold, you know, that might be read to mean discussions about anything that's to do with the external expert, whereas really what we are intending to capture is discussions in relation to the evaluation of the CCO. It's linked to the evaluation of the CCO is essentially what this is about. It's not, yeah. So, you know, we need to sort of narrow a bit of the scope of the discussions, and it's not intended to cover, like I say, everything.
Good point. Okay, keep going.
Okay, so if you allow me, this was 390. And we can move on now to 5390, which is essentially taking 390 and transforming it for part 5. And so it's basically the same.
Good news. Well, so
with two additional sustainability examples.
The point is, we pick up all the thoughts that we will revise in the first draft and move them over, plus 2 points.
Yes, with the 2 sustainability examples that Joanna went through this morning. Yes. So okay. So if we're okay, then
yeah.
If it's okay, then I will. If we're comfortable with this, I will move to 290.
Okay.
Is 3D. Just 3D. Okay, so 290 here. I mean, again, as Lauren mentioned, the relevant revisions that we will be making to 390, we will put through in 290 as well. And I'm just going to scroll down. I think, Chana, you also provided us some advanced comments. I don't know if you want to. Yeah.
So, I mean, I should have picked this one up before, but anyway. When I look at 290, and if you go to 290.6, so it says shall evaluate whether the external expert has the necessary competence, capability, and objectivity for the accountant's purpose. I don't think it's for the accountant's purpose. It's for the accountant's employing organization's purpose. And then when I look at that, there's a pervasive impact across 290. And then I went and compared 260. And when you look at how 260 is written, and it weaves in the employing organization at the appropriate places, I think you need to go and look at the paragraphs in 290 and weave in the employing organization, because it's essentially for the employing organization's purpose.
Thank you. Helpful. Thank you.
Okay. I'm just gonna, so again, just, I know we well noted on R 290.6, just on this page there, I'm just gonna scroll a little bit through this document. You'll see that the revisions mirror 390. And and without the section on audit and other assurance. Yeah. And again, if there's comments, please raise your head cards. Mark, I wasn't sure if you wanted to raise. I see you. Oh, okay. So we're in the section now on potential threats when using the work of an external expert. Again, this mirrors 390. So, we do have two other so no comments on 290. We do have two quick documents to go through. One of them will be oops. We went through the consequential amendments this morning, so I think we're good with that. Just one moment. This one here, agenda item 3G, and that is the extant paragraphs two. If the board recalls, we in the experts exposure draft, there were revisions to the extant code with respect to paragraphs 220.7 requirement to 20.7A2, and also in extant paragraphs 320.10 to 11. The task force has not proposed any changes from the EE. So you can see it's the same. Okay. And so with that, I think we're done with the page turn. And we will go to the effective date. So we might need the slides again. We could, I'll stop sharing and then maybe we can put up the slides. Thank you. So the effective date, as mentioned, on day one, on the sustainability common issues, the effective date of using the work of an external expert, these provisions, they will be aligned. So for section 5390, which is included in the IESBA, that will be essentially the same as what was presented on day one. And then for sections 390 and 290, accordingly, the effective date will be aligned. You'll see there's a few different layers because part 390 can apply to either part 4 PAPPs that are involved in audits, or PAPPs involved in assurance, PAPPs involved in NAS. So there's a couple different layers, as you see there, all within the principle of aligning the effective date of December 15th, 2026. And then for part 2, again, it aligns with the effective date. And then with respect to transitional provisions, we did note that there were some respondents that essentially requested or suggested that because, there will always be emerging fields and sustainability will essentially still an ongoing developing field. They suggested that potentially there could be some sort of transitional provisions if CCO valuation cannot be met, or maybe and if so, lengthening the transitional provision. The task force remained of its view as also explained in the IESBA explanatory memorandum. There can't be a lower CCO threshold just for emerging fields or limited experts in particular jurisdictions. The transitional provision that will be provided is essentially the same as the sustainability, where any engagement with the external expert which has started prior to the effective date can continue under the exact code. Any new engagements subsequent to that will be under the new provisions. So Lori, I don't know if you wanted to add anything on this point. Otherwise.
No, I don't think so. I mean, we had long discussions over this, but I think at the end of the day, sorry, I think at the end of the day, the task force felt that the problem is the experts work because the assurance provider sits above it. You know, if we have unqualified experts that are supporting an assurance opinion, and it's unknown to the investors that that is not a position that we want to be in. So we want experts to be CCO, or if they're not, then, and it has a significant impact on the ability to provide an assurance opinion, then investors should know that. So we're not gonna move on this one, other than the fact that there's a 2-year implementation period, and, hopefully in that period, people will start to. And, if it's an area that can't be expertise because it's so new, then we shouldn't be pretending that it can be. That was, I think, the real issue there. So I think it's an important one.
Yeah. Yes,
May
Janine.
I ask for a clarification question? So with the transitional provision, I thought that here the same transitional provision applies as in part 5, in general for sustainability assurance. But so if the CCO is actually not there, but the contract was entered into before the 15th of December, then you can continue with that CCO? Or do you then, after 15th of December, hit the requirement that you need to actually stop the prohibition? How does that work? Which is overriding principle? What is the requirement, is it a transitional provision, or is it what is in the code? I'm struggling with that. How that works out. Thank you.
I don't think it's actually a transitional provision. It's an effective date.
Okay, you don't have it.
We don't have a transitional provision. We actually have, I think that slide says transitional provisions, but it's,
We're trying to say
it's
no
actually,
transition.
but there is
Yeah.
no,
Yeah.
sorry if we
Yeah.
confused you on that. It's not a transitional provision, it's an effective date provision. We decided not to do transitional provisions. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Question on this. So, I mean, picking up on Janine's point, so is it that any engagement for which the expert work has started, or significant work has started before the effective date? So I'm just wondering. Okay, if you just
Yeah.
had
no,
one
Yeah.
client
Still-
visit or something, something to consider.
Tal?
There is a 2-year prevention, right? You know that. So having an expert starting a few days before the effective date and then say it started, I say that's not professional, right? You didn't know about that new rule? So so I think, if there is abuse, there is a way to say it was not professional, and you can.
May I raise another more overarching question? We've gone through all kind of parts or in relation to external experts. I asked the task force, have you maybe do you do that at the end, like putting only all the requirements on a list without the application material, and then see what you have there, whether that drives the expected behaviors, the behaviors that you had in mind, the ethical behaviors? And I think that is not only for this project, but I was thinking about this because when I went through all of it, you read it as a sort of narrative, and you forget when you read it, you're not constantly aware, oh, this is the requirement, but this is the application material. And so I think it's a good test to do every time. If we only take the requirements, have we covered everything that we wanted to cover? And does it drive the right behaviors? Because in the end, those are the actual requirements. So that was my thinking. Thank you.
Yeah, it's a good suggestion. Janine, I would say certainly we can do that for experts. I would just maybe think a little bit more carefully with regard to part 5, because there are a lot of requirements in part 5. And I think it might be better to think about it on a selected basis. Maybe it's in relation to group assurance engagements or in relation to value chain. But if we were to cover the entirety of part 5, that's half a days of you get my drift anyway. No, it's a good point. It's a good point, absolutely. But yeah. Mhm.
We'll pick that up. And ours is short enough. We'll do it and see what. Okay, we're at the end. Next steps I mentioned, we have task force, we have more in October. We'll try to get another turn around with this stuff to clear a lot of it out before we get to the final December board material that goes out. That's our goal right now, is to try to get through that so that December is cleaner and has less stuff in it. So knock on wood that we get that right. But thank you all for your many comments. I think all very good, and hopefully we can take that on. And look, here comes Andy. We're assigning all of that to Andy to take care of it. So thank you. We really appreciate the robust comments and how open everybody was with their issues.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So, Andy, you arrived at the final of the session. The experts, thank you very much for this work, and thank you to the board for the very lively discussion. I think, Lori, that you got a lot of comments to work upon, but I didn't see anything dramatic or that changes significantly the proposal or the text. So I think that you have done a very good job. And that we are very close to something final. I want also to recall that this was not an easy start. Someone mentioned the Abu Dhabi meeting, which I think was a landmark meeting, and we were all, well, I think it was a very difficult start, and that the task force did it very well, because they are finalizing at the same time as sustainability, but they started from scratch with nothing on the table. And it was difficult to deal with the comments from both sides, the stakeholders. It's too much, it's too less, should be independence, should not do anything. So striking the balance, the right balance between these, do what this board with its competence can do in this space in a robust way, without going beyond what we really would be able to do and be able to suggest or propose, was very well done. So thank you very much, and we'll see in December if I'm sure that we will have something final, and I'm sure that we'll have something cleaner to discuss.
We look forward to it.
Okay, so we were supposed to have a 1 hour 25 break. If I may suggest, we could reconvene at 2. But if Ken agrees, no.
No, I think, well, there are not too many documents for pre-read before we move into the afternoon session. So you might have seen an email landing in your mailbox, or maybe not. But if you check your mailboxes, there are 2 documents that have been circulated from Workstream 1. Some revised text for board consideration this afternoon, and a couple of slides. Workstream 2 has no additional matters to bring to the board this afternoon. So we will go to the November session if there is anything to be brought back. So this afternoon sessions will be limited to matters Workstream 1 will bring to the board's attention. And I would suggest to the board that the board reconvenes at 1:45 per schedule, given that there's not too much to pre-read.
Okay, so see you soon.
So they made that change. Yeah. Good job. Good job. Yeah.
145, yes.
Take my rubbish.
Welcome back to all of you. I hope that you had a good lunch and some rest during this time. And we are now going to listen to the Sustainability Task Force suggestions and go for a full review on the changes, right? First part of it. Well, I'll leave it to you.
That
to
sounds
decide.
much better.
Okay.
Thank you. Now, what I was going to start off by saying is that, all of the comments have been hugely helpful. A number of them we are taking to deal with at our task force meeting in October. So although we've discussed sort of initial ways forward, those will be things that we discuss in more depth when we've got the meeting itself to do so. I think a lot of the focus of this week's effort has been very much around making sure that we've got the definitions in a place where we could have that final discussion with the IEESB, and they've also now confirmed that they've made the corresponding changes that they needed to, so we are in an aligned position. But that was, sort of the bulk of the effort. If I can sort of cover a small number of points though, and then we've got some documents to go through which you've had emailed. So firstly, there was a question about transitional provisions applicable to the value chain, and we discussed that at length. And the issue that we came to was that ultimately value chain reporting is going to be an issue for jurisdictions, because we're aware already, for instance, where jurisdictions, for instance, that are proposing to adopt, say, the IESBA framework for reporting, are availing themselves of the flexibility in that framework to delay scope 3 reporting for up to 2 years. And indeed, we've heard some jurisdictions talk about the fact that they may do it for longer than that. So in a sense, a standard we were concerned that a standard transitional provision wouldn't actually work effectively because it will depend on what the reporting obligations are in each jurisdiction. So so we're not proposing at this stage to include transitional provisions in respect to the value chain. And of course would again point to the fact that we have got a long implementation period proposed for the standard, and you know, hopefully that will allow implementation properly supported by the materials that we also propose to develop. We are looking at the language to address the concern that was raised about had we increased the burden on firms by taking away the reason to believe principle in respect of threats to the value chain, because we had got text in there that said apply the conceptual framework. The intention in drafting that was not that it was you are required to carry out a whole series of additional evaluations to determine threats. It was the fact that you will already be applying the conceptual framework, and therefore that will provide an appropriate prompt to identify any threats in that respect. So we are looking at the wording that we will replace the no, we're not replacing, we're deleting it, so therefore it's fine. Sorry, it was a very early start this morning. I was on a call at 4:30 a.m. Sorry.
I'm confused.
So you know the paragraph that we had? Yeah, I'm confused as well, don't worry. So sorry, we will delete that so we don't have to worry about it. A question that we are taking to our task force meeting in October. Some board members asked whether part 5 should include confirmation of independence in accordance with other ethics and independence requirements. That's something that we will discuss at that meeting, because in the initial discussion that we had in the 2 task force meetings this week, it was clear that a quick solution to that is not going to be forthcoming. And so therefore we want to make sure that we've got some time to put that on our agenda. If we move on to the documents that you've got, the first one is a Word document which has got a table on showing the alignment of the definitions that we are proposing and that the IESBA are proposing. So what that table shows is that for both boards, we've got the same definition for component, and then we have built out in terms of for the glossary in the IESA how we expect how we would want to use the definitions for group component and value chain component. And firstly, when we talked about group component in the first instance, the version the board saw before was a negative, so it said a group component was something that was not part of the value chain. We've amended that now to say that a group component is a component required to be included in the reporting entity's group financial statements. So there's that alignment, and it also addresses that question that we discussed on Monday about making sure that the independence requirements apply within the reporting boundary for the group components. So when you're looking at independence, you're looking at group components in the reporting boundary, and we felt that the revised document for a group component also aligned with that, and that also helped with the alignment with the IESBA as well, and that then follows through into that A and B definition that we had there before. And then the value chain component, again, it follows the similar principle in terms of an entity within the value chain that's not included in the group financial statements. So effectively, we've brought the group financial statements concept into the definition as a way of strengthening that. And as I say, the big difference that we discussed and that we went to the IESBA over on was that alignment, and also a recognition that the independence consideration for group components is driven by their inclusion within the reporting boundary. So hopefully that will address the comments that board members raised about a requirement to consider independence against a whole raft of potential entities that were not within the reporting boundary. Anything I missed? Okay.
I think that
You can wait.
it is intimidating.
Intimidation threat. No, go on.
Is there a reason why you did not take, for example, for the value chain component, the same formulation as the IAASB, which is I know we have that value chain definition, so it might be overlapping, but in the blue light, not the rest of it, I understand.
So when we discuss this with IEESB, we believe that what we have is completely aligned. I just need to recognize that in the code, we will have a component definition, and also in the IEESB standards, that's the component definition. But for IEESB, they will only have the component definition, and they will have an application material that you can see on the right-hand side. So that's why it's a bit, the wording, I would say it's a bit different, because it's referring back to some of the points that in their standards, so it's not a definition. But if you have a look at the description of what's a group component and what's a value chain component, we believe that's conceptually aligned. It's just recognizing that we are using a bit different wording than IEESB is using in an application material.
Okay. Yeah.
I don't want to complicate too much, say, this work, which is really very complicated. But I have some, I'm trying to do my my process in order to understand whether it is clear to me. What about when we speak, I know, and I don't know whether this is a question for you or someone else, but when we speak about entities in the reporting entity group financial statement, cases like equity method investee, joint controlled entities, or even minority investments that theoretically, or not theoretically, that they are part of the group financial statement in a way or in another, how they are considered. Are they group entities, or are they, if they are value chain entity, value chain component? Because this may have an effect if we consider them group components, and another effect if they are value chain, because say the type of information, I'm not just referring to independence, but are we sure that we are consistent with the intended application? I don't know whether I was sufficiently clear in explaining. It is a doubt. I'm not. It is just a doubt that
I believe the intention was to capture them as group components, and this is consistent with IEESB's thinking as well. So
in a sense, for us, the primary decision is, are you a group component? And then effectively you've got the value chain comprises value chain components that on and also anything that's not a group that's not a group component. So there is a possibility that you can have a value chain component that is a group component, and therefore the group component has primacy.
I'm not, frankly, this is a question mark for me. Let's assume that a significant value chain component is also a minority investment of the group or an entity of the group. Is it correct under a reporting perspective and under all the other impacts? Is it correct that it is considered group component and not value chain component? It is a question mark. Frankly, I don't know the response. Probably it is something, because it is very clear and very straightforward in case we are dealing with something very close to a related entity. It is less clear to me when we are going down to a very minority interest in an entity.
Right.
If we are introducing here some, let's say, we are impairing the equilibrium of everything. It's around, it's composing this complex framework. But as I repeat, I have not a response. This is really a question mark.
The simplicity is to align with IEESB in there, no?
Yeah.
And the cut is group component is within the group financial reporting boundaries. Value chain component is outside that, upstream or downstream. So this is a question of straight, simple. If you catch information, so to have good financial statement and apply rightfully your reporting framework in finance, hopefully you will be able to have some discussions and have the information you need for consolidating whatever the sustainability reporting framework is asking you to do with that, okay, on sustainability matters. So I would say it's the simplest way. It is consistent with IEESB, and I would for the purpose of what we aim at, I think it's the best cut. My conviction, but.
And I think, you know, in all of the discussions that we've had this week, anchoring like the IAASB have done to the reporting entities group financial statements provided a greater degree of clarity than anything else. Was almost like a made up concept of our own. And there was always going to, and the thing is, going back to the reporting entities group financial statements, ultimately that is a well understood, well used concept. And so therefore, you know, Luigi, if there are examples like yours there that we can think through and you know, sort of make sure that we've got the right thing, then very happy to do that. But we do feel that there's this big advantage in that anchoring within the group financial statements, because we're no longer trying to create a definition to deal with the independence considerations. We actually have something that is reasonably well established and well known and well understood.
And I thought we were headed that, we seem to be headed that way, but Luigi's question is now asked me to ask myself, if you were asking if something is included in the financial statements, but only in the notes to the financial statements and not necessarily in the amounts, if that's what you're getting at, a minority something or some other that's required disclosures. I guess grammatically, I would say they're in the financial statements, but
It's not the equity figure that you.
No.
Oh, sorry.
I was
sorry.
thinking, say you have a 1% investment in an entity.
No,
It is in the financial
it's
statement, but
in the group.
is it?
It is in the perimeter, I think, even in the joint, in the joint session, or was it even in the board session yesterday? We were speaking about group consolidation perimeter. So a minority interest, like you say, it's in the balance sheet, but and so it's in the notes, but it's not in the consolidation perimeter. It was the consolidation perimeter. To define the components, you speak about the consolidation perimeter, and it happens in some of your components. You might have minority interest at the balance sheet.
I think I don't want the response now. It is just a question I have in mind. Considering the various cases, probably it is something that you may think about.
To have a guidance on that, it's about the perimeter, not.
So it's whether it's in consolidated or not.
Yeah.
Not whether it's in the financial statements.
No.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
And we Financial
Yeah.
perimeter.
No, it's group, it's group financial statements, because not every group financial statement is consolidated financial statements, but
Yeah.
It's gonna be worked out. I just can't
If it's a group, yes.
And when we were sort of going at 300 miles an hour in trying to get sort of to an agreed position with the IAASB, we did start off with the word consolidated it and then took it out for another reason. So, but no, like we will look at this again when we meet in October. But I do think that, you know, that using the group financial statements is advantageous to us, and also the reporting boundary aligns with that and helps for our bounding of the independence requirements.
Well, it has an objective measure to it.
Yeah.
Which is, yeah, and non-assurance, non-PA should be able to just look up, is it there or not? But we do need to answer this question about what in means, right?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
I like the adjective.
and it does also need to be considered that it's in the context of what is a component, which is an entity, business unit, functional business activity, or combination thereof, defined for the purposes of gathering insurance. So I think it seems unlikely that you would call a 1% investment in something that would fit in that box, but we might, we can look at how we clarify that to make sure what is going on, but it does always need to be read in the context of the wider definition of component.
If I can add, just a bit, my worries, I will not say that would be very frequent, but my worries is that we may have a value chain component, value chain entity pretty significant with the 0.1% investment. Is it in the group or is it in the value chain? It is a component, but just to know how we need to classify it.
Ken, please.
Yeah. There shouldn't be no, there should be no issue for discussion around this board table. This is very clear because the concept of group financial statements is defined in the code to be exactly the same as it is defined in the IESBA standard. So one has to go by the definition of group financial statements. I can read it to you. What the code says, it's financial statements that include the financial information of more than one entity or business unit through a consolidation process. And a consolidation process is described in the IESBA standard. So that is a source, and that is how this definition should be interpreted. It is not about, is it incorporated in the notes? Is it 1%? Is it 2%? But it is how group financial statements are put together as defined by the assurance standard. In this case, it's ISA 600. So there's no issue for discussion here. This is very clear. What is included is as defined in ISA 600 and in the code as for that matter.
Thank you, Ken. Janab.
I think Ken sort of took some of the things I was going to say. I mean, you know, how you consolidate it doesn't matter whether it's subsidiaries, equity accounted, it will end up on the balance sheet, right? So, and then this is very simple, and we have to also remember that this is being used by the same party or the same firm, right? So the assurance standards and the ethics and independence standards has to be used by the same person. If they have the same thing to look at, it becomes much easier. And then some countries like Australia has gone down the route of saying the external auditor shall do the sustainability assurance engagement as well. So if the firms have already set up the systems to monitor the entity, it becomes much more easier. And this is a pragmatic solution.
Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate the hard work of working one. In terms of the definition of group component, it said it's a component required to be included in the reporting entity's group financial statements. So my natural question is, what if a component is not required to be included? If it's not value chain component, where does it go? That's my question. I may misunderstand. Second question is, Our definition is based on ISA 5000 application material, not requirement. So A18 you refer to, and also paragraph A36 says such framework criteria may specify. So what if it doesn't specify? That's my question in my head, on my mind. Thank you.
We'll take it away and give it some thought. I have to say I lean more towards, I'm getting ever more pragmatic in my application of this, and the unfair answer would be, I don't care, I'll leave it up to the person doing the job to work it out. But no, we'll discuss it further because we've got an opportunity when we meet again in October. But I have to say, one of the things that I think is a positive thing about where we are with this definition is it was something that was sort of pretty much tested to destruction in the exchanges between both boards. So I do feel that we have an additional degree of comfort that they've looked at ours, we've looked at theirs, and we've actually got to a position where it looks to all align effectively and work. So
Okay, so first of all, I think this is much better, so much better. I think it's quite clear. My first question was around whether group financial statements refers to consolidated financials. I guess that it's clarified now. Perhaps to this point, I mean, and to your point yesterday regarding having the different definitions grouped together, because I mean, I think it will help clarify. Otherwise, I really think it's really very clear. But yesterday you had one statement towards the bottom, which is a value chain component is defined, about the value chain is defined by the reporting framework. I don't know if you kept it or you took it out. It's not, I mean, absolutely necessary, but I think it was helpful to have it in there. Just something for you. Yeah. When you presented said, yeah, it was the value chain. The value chain is defined by the reporting framework.
Yes.
Yeah. So it's still there.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Because that was also helpful. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Great. Oh, perfect.
So I don't have any question. Well, I have a comment to say that I think this is the most important part of the code. And it needs to be understood by all of us. And maybe it needs more than side by side. It kind of needs some context, like something that Ken read out. So is it getting clearer? It is. Is it 100% clear? No. I had a question on whether, and it's the question that Luigi is asking, could we say if it falls part of ISA 600, we didn't need to change what a group component would be? So that would be our caveat when we're thinking through this, not for drafting. But if it falls within the part of ISA 600 for like a group component, because now we've gone to group financial statements, then it's in group. And anything that didn't fall within part of ISA 600 now is in the value chain. Would that be a thinking, or am I going down a slippery slope? And you'd caution against that.
well, given that you're sitting next to Andy, you probably are going down a slippery slope because you're anchoring things in ISA 600. But I think the reason we went with the definition that we've got for group component and talked about it in the context of reporting entities group financial statements is that we thought if we deliberately bounded it to ISA 600, it wouldn't be very friendly to the non-PA community. And also, one of the things we've tried to do throughout is be framework neutral. And that would be, probably one of the most significant definitions that we would use within the context of this part of the code. And it would suddenly become very framework specific. So that was the reluctance to go, to actually articulate that in the definition.
Agreed, but the thinking will still be the same for someone who is applying ISA 600. Okay, I'm comfortable. But we'll still say a group component is only for sustainability engagements, not, thank you.
And that's, for the purpose, because we start off with that lead in where it says for the purposes of this part. So it's very clear It's in the context of part 5 of the code. Okay. Then if we can just scroll down the document, please. You've got a revision that we made to 410.11 A2A. So one of the discussions that we had earlier was about we'd used previously this reference mandated by law or regulation, and you'll remember that we had a long discussion about what the implications of that would be, and the fact that we were told we would run the risk of setting a requirement that would mean different things in different jurisdictions. So what we've now done is propose to replace it with that alternative wording, which now says where a firm or a network firm performs a sustainability assurance engagement within the scope of the International Independent Standards in Part 5. So therefore, that avoids a situation where it's interpreted in the same thing is potentially interpreted in different ways and comes with different requirements.
Hmm? No, thank you. I think this is much clearer. But I had the question I think Rich raised yesterday. I mean, I'm going to do this. The Excellent one said in assessing the level of threat, the paragraph above it, you take this into account. So it's in the numerator and the denominator. You just are accepting a higher amount, I suppose, if these, or you're considering them, but does not impact the level. Does that mean it's as if it's a 0? It doesn't count at all in the numerator and the denominator? That's what I'm reading it.
Yeah.
Okay.
And again, hopefully the advantage there is it makes something rather simpler and rather more user-friendly as a result. Sadia?
Not for the drafting, I think the task of the working group. The task force has landed with the right solution based on what our board discussion was. You might want to think about an implementation question about voluntary application of Part 5 and whether this would apply or not, because it's not strictly within the scope, but thinking of just as they come through.
If the task force could think about that when I'm taking 6 months off at the start of next year, that would be really helpful. Now, yeah, we'll take that on board. And I think, the good thing about this discussion as well is, as we've gone through this week, I think we've begun to define more the issues that the implementation guidance really needs to cover off. So we'll make sure that that's folded within our thinking. Okay.
So I I fully support this new way of expressing. Just for my understanding, it means that when computing the threshold about NAS versus audit, you do not include sustainability at all, meaning that you say here that it doesn't create a threat to have sustainability fees, but you do not, by this means, increase the potential for NAS. Am I right to understand this?
Non-audit. Non-audit. Other non-audit.
Other non-audit.
Yes.
So there is a limit between NAS compared to audit, yes?
Because
the
the
NAS is
proportion of-
non-assurance?
Yes, because the proportion of the fees is audit versus non-audit, so not NAS.
Here, yes.
Yes.
But there is another limitation for NAS level?
No, there is no.
Okay.
The proportion of the fees is only in the context of
Okay,
audit and
but
non-audit.
anyway, if I had a 30 audit and a 20 NAS before having sustainability, and I have now a 20 more sustainability, I have still 30 audit, and I'm still allowed to have a 20, if it was at the limit, a 20 of NAS. But I can have the 20 of sustainability. That's how it reads. Thank you. It was just for my understanding.
Okay, thank you. And then the final thing that we wanted to cover off in this session is just to return to the flow charts that were included in the email that Astu sent round, now amended to pick up the error that Luigi identified. Sylvia is going to talk through these.
And just to show that this is really a working in progress, I already made one change since circulating the document because realized that it wasn't clear enough. And so we will recirculate that again. But what we have done in this chart is really just to demonstrate the actual content of the proposed independence requirements with respect to firms, and also on the second slide with respect to the members of the group sustainability assurance team, because there are different requirements for that. And I think where regarding Luigi's question, and I believe that was the point, that indeed what we had in the requirements, we had a discussion and we reconsidered the position. And I think, Luigi, your point was, if we are going into that slide, is if there is so the firm can be appropriately and sufficiently involved, so I'm in section 5405, and they are performing assurance work at the value chain component, and it's a network firm that performs the assurance work. So this is the requirement 5405.10. So we are under the third box from the left. And yes, that's the intention is that if there is a network firm that performs assurance work at the value chain component, we only require the network firm to be independent of that value chain component. So using
The firm and the net.
it's just the network firm. Yeah. Firm or the net, the whoever is
Sorry, it
performing
says
the work.
yeah, sorry, it says and.
It says
on the
and,
document you've got.
yes, and that's what the change I made.
That's the change. that Sylvia was referring to.
No, because only in 54010, we are in 54010, we are addressing both situations. So if it's the firm, either or a network firm. So whoever is performing the work, that should be independent of the value chain, but only that. So using your example, there is network firm Friends is responsible for the whole engagement, and that network firm asking the firm in Germany from the same network to perform the work, that only the firm in Germany needs to be independent. So the firm in France or anywhere else in the network, no need to be independent of the value chain component. And so apologies for this confusion. In the next slides, when we are talking about the team members, it's presented correctly. So we will recirculate that slide and just really demonstrate that that's where we want to land. And we will revisit the wording just to be sure that it's.
Yeah, if I can, without having seen it, so I'm putting forward a comment that it is absolutely inappropriate. But if it is possible to make it very clear in the language, because especially when using the word perform assurance work at, that probably means directly, indirectly. And therefore, if we need to go down to the last row, probably we need something different.
Yeah. No, your point is well made, Luigi, and I've already offered to have T-shirts printed for Sylvia and Laura for the November meeting, where it will say "at is on" and is all, and then that solves everything, and you don't need to worry about it.
Behind.
Yes. But no, the point is well made, and we need to look at that.
Christelle, do you want to speak?
That's all we wanted.
Christelle?
Yeah. Oh, no,
You want to speak?
Oh, no, sorry.
So those are the things that we wanted to cover at this stage. Like I say, a lot of the focus of this week ended up looking at the definition, so we could engage with the IESBA before their final discussion and their vote tomorrow. But we hope that we have landed in a simpler and more straightforward place. Here too.
I don't have a problem. It's in silent mode. If not, it has been in silent mode Monday because it's online.
It's obviously a negative definition.
So those are the things that we wanted to cover. Obviously, we will take that away, take the other issues away to our task force meeting in October. One of the things that we will do also at the task force meeting is shortly after the end of that meeting, we'll ask ASTU to send round an email to board members to let you know what documents we plan to send to you for further consideration once we've actually made the updates and made the changes, to maximise the time that board members have got to look over anything that changes as a result of all of our discussions this week.
Thanks, because I'm not sure I caught all the different changes with going on. I just want to make sure it still is the case that with regard to certain what we're calling value chain components, unrelated third parties who are customers and suppliers, there will be instances under this construct where independence will be required. Only if they're a group component?
Are you on about the fourth?
Yeah. Yeah.
So, sorry, can you please repeat that?
Yes, I just wanted to understand, is independence required of the customers and suppliers? What we're calling value chain components, unrelated third parties, in situations where they're not group components?
Yes, but that's what it's only a light touch. That's what we call. It's really, we are focusing. So it depends who's performing the assurance work. If it's a firm or the component practitioner, we require the firm or that component practitioner who performs the work to be independent of that component, but nobody else in the network and from other, yes. So
because the group components, I understand, and I do share Luigi's concern because notes to the financial statements are financial statements. But if they're in the group, I think I could get there. But if they're not in the group, if they're not a group component, there is still a yes that's possible, depending upon who is doing the work.
Yes, so if it's the firm or the network for who performs the assurance work, then they need to be independent of the value chain component. Yes.
Well, I would say firm and network firm get evidence all the time looking at customers and suppliers. But you're pointing at something.
No.
Okay. Yeah, I thought it was yes too, but I wanted to make sure that that something wasn't changed. So no, you don't have to make Andy happy, but I just want to make sure. I understand.
I wish you would.
Can someone please minute that?
Just one clarification. So when you refer to the network, so for example, if the assurance work is performed by the firm or a component practitioner within the network, if it's outside the network, so that other option, you say independence of the network. So when you say independence of the network.
Yes, Sylvia, could you?
No, the top part. So if it's, so we have the within the network.
Sorry, Rania, may I interrupt you? If Sylvia could put the diagram so that everybody knows what we're speaking about.
Yeah.
If you could put the diagram on the screen. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So when you say network, all I'm saying is the reference to network. Yeah.
Can you point me on the
So not the first let's say rectangle or part outside outside the network.
So we are in section 5405.
Yes, section 405, question 3, outside the network.
Question 3, so value chain component.
Yeah.
Outside the network.
No, not value chain component, client, including group component.
Yes.
Question 3, outside the network. So the second.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because
so when you say independence of the network.
Of the client. Because the client, the term and the network firms need to be independent from the client.
Is your question?
Yeah, I'm just saying, so when you say the network,
it's explained in the left-hand side. We did not, or at least Workshop did not repeat the description. Network is a shorthand.
Okay, so it's the group firm and the network firms.
Correct.
Okay, that's what I wanted to
Yeah.
clarify. Okay,
Yeah.
fine. Okay, perfect. I just.
Rich?
Could you flip to the next slide, the GSAT slide?
The individual one.
Yeah. So under 5405 we'll cover this first under the value chain component and under the column that says within the network.
Yes.
So this is where the group or a network, the firm or a network firm has sufficient and appropriate involvement in the work at the value chain component. It says the independence of a group sustainability assurance team from the network firm of the client. So the network firm doing the work, if you're in that firm and you're doing the work, you got to be independent. And then it says independence of the GSAT from the firm or CP. That's only if the firm is doing the work, not if the network firm is doing the work. Is that correct?
That's correct. That's why we added the as applicable.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah. So
Thank you very.
Yeah. So the concept is that whoever is doing the work, that's that firm as and the team members from that firm needs to be independent of the value chain component.
Thank you, Sylvia.
So those are all the things that we propose to cover in this session, Gabriella. So back to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we are a little bit earlier than scheduled, but I think that it's time for me to thank you again for the turnaround of the documents and then these final issues. Again, a very good discussion, even if it's afternoon of the fourth day. And I hope that everyone is now comfortable. Mark, thank you very much, and the task force. And I think that this is the last moment of this meeting where we will address sustainability, but you will get very well positioned for the next phase. And I hope that in November, the 8th of November, when we will see the product of the work that you'll be still doing over these next months, namely the Sustainability Task Force meeting somewhere in October, I think, yeah, middle October. I think that in November 8th, we will be, I hope, and I think that we have conditions for that in a very well positioned to be very close to a final version of these standards. This is very good work from the task force and the staff, but also from the board, definitely. And I think that on top of everything, what leaves me very comfortable is that whatever will come out from these discussions will be a board product, a board proposal on top of the work done by the ones who had their hands and made their hands dirty with this for all this time. It's not over, but I feel like we are getting very close to the end. So thank you very much. I suggest, Ken, you're the guardian of the clock, but I suggest that we break now a little bit earlier than we'll schedule, and then we reconvene in 20 minutes, which means 2:50, right?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah, so we will restart after the break with the executive session. Maybe just for the board's information, we have a discussion on one item that will include a presentation from certain representatives from AICPA. They will join us online. So, but they've been teed up for around 3:35. But we can start with a few of the other items, and they may join us at 3:35. Okay, so in the interim, the public meeting is closed. So for those public observers who are with us, we kindly ask you to leave the boardroom. Thank you.